The 3:30 p.m. meeting of the Bakersfield City Council is now in session.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to call to order the 3:30 regular City Council meeting of August 5th, 2026. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go.
Here.
Vice Mayor Core.
Here.
Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Weir.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
I am here.
Councilmember Coman.
Here.
And Councilmember Bashir-Tosh.
Here.
Thank you. Once again, for those of you who've been here before, this will be our second meeting trying out a new system. And so we just ask that you give us grace. And we're giving everyone grace on this. You know, with new systems, sometimes there are little glitches. We had some legislation come down that now requires us to do telephonic communication for public statements. And so we're all going to work together to make it work. In keeping with Council's resolution, the public statements portion is divided into two periods. There's a period for items listed on the meeting agenda and items not on the meeting agenda. Additionally, pursuant to changes in state law, the City Council will now accept public statements via phone and in person. Statements for items listed on this afternoon's agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 10 minutes for participants by phone, and 10 minutes for in-person participants for 20 minutes total. Statements regarding items not listed on the agenda are also given a 2-minute time limit, 10 minutes for participants by phone, 10 minutes for in-person participants. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the clerk, who will give copies to the council. If you're here to make a public statement, please register using the kiosk at the back of the chambers where you entered. Staff are available to assist if needed. We ask that you select whether you're here to speak on an item listed on this afternoon's agenda or in a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific agenda item will be presumed speakers for non-agenda portion. Those speakers will be called during the non-agenda portion of the meeting. Everyone in attendance is expected in person or by phone is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by the City Council. Failure to abide by the city's rules of decorum, including any disruptive behavior that interferes with our ability to have an orderly and efficient meeting, prevents the City Council from conducting the business of the city. Consider this a first warning to everyone participating that conduct that disrupts this meeting may result in expulsion and or the chambers being cleared. Behavior that disrupts the meeting includes repetitive statements, shouting, hate speech, interrupting staff or presenters during the meeting, speaking out of turn, outbursts from the audience. Telephonic participants are expected to adhere to the same rules of decorum as those attending in person. And Madam Clerk, just for the record, Councilmember Gonzalez entered at 3:32. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items not listed on the agenda? We'll start first with phone comments, if we do have those.
We have 4 requests to speak on non-agenda public statements. All 4 speakers are in person. The first speaker is Ellen Schaffhauser, followed by Eddie Lane.
And we'll just ask those of you who are speaking to adjust the microphone to your level, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. My name's Ellen Schaffhauser. I'm from the Kern River Valley, and I volunteer for Valley Watch Network. It's a volunteer organization, and what many of us are doing right now here in Bakersfield, only about 3 blocks down from here, is that we wait outside of the immigration office every day. Detainees are coming out of there, and they are helped by us in order to get home. And if they weren't helped by us, they would be basically looked at as homeless people. We've helped over 700. I know there's more actually, but I don't want to give a specific amount. And this is ever since January. So you need to know what's happening in this town, because you could have a homeless population that explodes here if it weren't for us. It would be great to get donations. Just remember, Valley Watch Network. Anybody who's listening, please think about that. But I'm also saying it because of that topic of Sanctuary City. These people come out of there because they've been abducted, because the system is illegal, because their abduction for 7 to anywhere longer than that, months, are in these detention centers, then they're released because of habeas corpus. They were illegally detained, and that's our system. And that's what's being dumped into our city, and we're helping them to get home, all the way to Miami, New Jersey, New York, Idaho, many other places. So please keep that in mind. You'll hear from me again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Eddie Lane, followed by Serenity Hansford.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Eddie Lane. Glad to be here again. Today's topic is trees, and I want to give a brief report and shout out to the mayor for attending Monday afternoons, early evenings community meeting, and of course for Council Member Arias for sponsoring that, along with Building Healthy Communities and Sierra Club and Leadership Council. What I'm passing out today is a handout that we used that day, and I will tell you that we had good, even though it was hot, good community participation and lots of really good ideas in terms of trees. The whole idea here is this. This council allocated $500,000 for trees up front. So now we have a tree budget. So let's develop a community-based plan to use those funds and use them well. And let's track those funds. So the next year, when we're talking about the budget, people can see where the trees were planted and can know that they are benefiting the community at large. That's the intent. We had lots of comments come. I wanted to share a couple. One was that we need to have trees at bus stops because it's so hot here, and that was an important comment. Another is that we need to think about, and this came from our doctor who was one of the panelists there, Dr. Pilato of Cal State, is that we need to maybe give trees to schools in economically disadvantaged areas. So happens, last night I was at the Bakersfield City School District Board, and I mentioned that, and there seemed to be a positive response. So we do have momentum. We need to develop a plan, give it to the council. The problem, though, I'm going to leave this, is that we planted a tree. The city planted a tree in the last 2 weeks. I'm going to leave it here. It's by Dagny's. This is not the time to plant trees. This is a wake-up call. We need to save our planting for later. Thank you very much. I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Serenity Hansford, followed by Michael Turnipseed.
Welcome. Please
Hi,
introduce
family.
yourself.
My name is Serenity Hansford. This is my second time at a city hall meeting, and I am adjusting. I am here with my intention to join the community that is requesting for Bakersfield to be a sanctuary city. I've just recently started learning more about what a sanctuary city is. And I think that it is the least we can do for the community that is being affected by ICE. I think that it's incredible that we have the power to do it. And I think from what I've learned, it looks like the only reason why people would be against it is because it's going to cost the police money. If there's an immigrant and they break the law, what I've learned is that they're going to go to jail, and then the federal government would say, hey, keep him because we want him because he's illegal. And we get to say no. We get to say it's giving the city the ability to say no. What's the opposite of not being able to say no? It's just forced. And I might be stuttering and not know exactly about everything that I'm talking about, but what I do know is that my voice does matter. And I also want to encourage people who are watching or in the audience who came and maybe aren't going to talk, because I am nervous, but I know I have good points. And I know that the challenges that I face can be overcome. And I'm excited to be here. I am. There's some other stuff I was going to say, But I think that's it. I'm supporting sanctuary cities in Bakersfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Michael Turnipseed.
There's
Welcome.
so much to talk about, Madam Mayor. Since there's 4 minutes left on the clock, could you extend me, since I'm the last speaker, the whole 4 minutes?
I know you'll speak very efficiently in 2 minutes.
All right, I'd like you all to get these. They're all different. There's 4 piles on 4 issues. And so I'll wait till you get it in front of you before my time starts so you can kind of follow my comments.
It's always very helpful when you have the written documents. Thank you.
Do. Can't go to the theater without a program.
All right, Mr. Turnipseed, I think we have the materials. Go ahead.
Okay. Madam Mayor, members of the council, Michael Turnipseed, I represent the Kern County Taxpayers Association. My first handout is on public comment. I sat at a meeting and watched 4 people not be able to reach the council at the last meeting. And I think a better idea would be if you take your 10 minutes, divide it by the number of speakers. It's better to give somebody a minute and let everybody talk, or even down to, say, I would say 30 seconds is the minimum, because that gives you time to say, I'm against it and this is why. But I think the fact that people are not allowed to speak is a crime in itself. Secondly is on the consolidated annual financial reports. Since 2021, the city has been regularly late on filing these very important documents. They're not a month late, they are 14 months late. You know that? And that's a council responsibility on accountability. So it didn't happen 1 year, it didn't happen 2 years. And in my report, I put a chart together with all the filing dates from when you close the books to when the auditor does something, and when the council gets it, and when the report's released, and you can't find it anywhere on your website. I have used 4 different sources scouring city websites trying to get information and can't find it. The next thing is, I call it the downtown disaster, what's going on 18th and 19th, and the lack of the city's consideration of the public and businesses downtown that have had businesses adversely affected as much as 80%. And that really needs to go into your planning and your contracting. It's one thing to tear the sidewalk out and then wait. Oh God, I'm almost done. I got one more thing to do. tear out the sidewalk and leave it for 2 months and not put it back. If you tear the sidewalk out, replace it the next day. I have one more thing to comment about, and that's the Bank of America building. When you ask for information, I've been asking for information for a long period of time, and what I'm going to come to the conclusion is the undisclosed, I've asked for, what do you think the deferred maintenance is in that building? Because it is going to be phenomenal. It's a 50-year-old building. It will double the cost of your building, which will make this another Thomas Rhodes project that went from $700 million to $1.5 billion. This is going to go from $14 million, double.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for your
Turnipseed.
time and consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Turnipseed. Just a question about the financial audit. I think Mr. Turnipseed expresses a concern that many of us have had regarding the timeline of completing those audits and publicly releasing those documents. What is our strategy to get up to date and timeline? And also, before you get there, I do want to make a referral that we post online and make it very transparent the process moving forward for our audit timelines and when we will deliver those documents to the public.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez, Mayor and Council. As we've discussed for the last several years, we have been delayed on our financial reporting. Initially, that was as we were implementing our ERP, our Enterprise Resource Planning, new financial software update. And then the year following that, the ability to actually get a specific capital improvement projects report out of that new system also caused us some additional delays. The good news is that ERP system's fully implemented. We have that reporting capability now. We actually, not because of any issues over performance, but we had a regular term completion of our external financial auditor contract. And the new firm that has been selected for the next 5 years of our external financial auditing, we asked them if they could expedite and work double this coming year to produce 2 audits in a single year so that we could catch back up. They've made that commitment. We're going to be able to produce our audit for last year with about a 50% reduction in that time delay. And by next February, we'll be back on track to have our audit for this current year that we're closing done in February of next year. Right. So we're going to do 2 in 1 year.
Great. And in just like 10 seconds, for the benefit of the public, what is an ERP? Why is that so important?
It is our core financial system, all of our general ledger that holds our budgets, our accounting, debits and credits, and across an organization of our size that's very large. That's a lot of information that's stored in there. It's our core financial software system.
And how often do we adopt a new ERP? Because it's been quite some time. This is not like something we do annually.
That's a great question and good point, Councilmember. Typically, a best practice is to try and have at least an upgrade or a replacement every 7 to 10 years, just with the life cycle of technology in sort of our worlds today. We waited 30 years to replace our...
30 years.
Correct. So it was
it's unacceptable.
It was a big catch-up. It was made possible because we had resources available through the Public Safety Vital Services tax to catch up on some of these deferred projects.
Another benefit of PSVS, by the way, is that we were able to actually get into the 21st century and actually adopt a system that is
modern.
That is modern and in alignment with best practices of most cities throughout the country and most big corporations. And that I think some of us can reasonably expect some efficiencies to be gained as a result of adopting a more modern system. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember. It was very important for us to make that investment so that we could be up to best practices, and we will get those efficiencies. Also, we were able to get just numbers out of the old system. It worked, but we couldn't get detailed reports or customized reports or visualized reports that are going to give management and council and the community much better ability to really understand and track what's going on with our finances.
Great. I appreciate that. It sounds like overall a win for the city. Thank you again, Mr. Turnipseed. I also want to mention 18th and 19th Street. I agree. There has been a lot of missteps. It is not often that the city does big projects in the urban core, so it is welcomed. It's a short-term pain for a long-term gain. However, the pain has been disproportionately placed upon certain small businesses, and I've been able to work with our business owners along with our public works team. They've done a fantastic job, but I do want to make a referral tonight that as we proceed with the project, that we're working more diligently with those business and property owners and making sure that they have access to parking and also to their businesses, because it's unfair that they have to bear the brunt of the real impacts related to business. But long term, this is a big deal for downtown Bakersfield. As I mentioned in the past, something that I've been working on for the last 10 years. And now that we're finally seeing this project in fruition, my hope, and I think the hope of all of us in the city, is that it actually brings new business and new economic activity to the downtown core. Thank you again, Mr. Turnipseed. Appreciate you.
Councilmember Coleman.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. For the city manager, Mr. Turnipseed raised some questions about the Bank of America project. I think I forwarded you a list of his questions and concerns. Do you mind if you have somebody follow up with him and provide him the information he's looking for?
We can do that, council member.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers in this category?
That was our last speaker for non-agenda public statement. We have not received any requests to speak for agenda items.
All right. Thank you. Next item, please.
Appointments item 3A, League of California Cities, Cal Cities 2026 Annual Conference, appointment of voting delegates.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, this is our annual item where, as the League of Cities holds a board meeting, they have resolutions that they vote on, and we typically designate one member of your body to vote on behalf of the city. For the last several years, Mayor Go has served in that function, with Councilmember Arias also often as our alternate, sometimes has been our delegate, but it typically takes place on the Friday of that conference, and it depends on year to year who's planning on being in attendance of that conference. But we just need to have one delegate appointed, and we typically do this by a nomination process throughout the council.
Vice Mayor.
I'd like to nominate Councilmember Larry Coleman to be our voice at the League of Cities, and Councilmember Eric Arias as our alternate. Thank you.
And is that a motion?
That is a motion.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman, for volunteering.
Motion is unanimously approved.
I see
Thank
everybody
you.
was agreeing with the vote for somebody else doing something, so.
That just means you have to stay to the very end.
We trust
of
you.
the
We all
meeting.
trust you.
Madam Clerk, next item, please.
16 appointments to the Youth Commission for the 2026-27 school year. A staff memorandum was provided, transmitting 2 additional applications. Applications were received from Shashank Ramasubramanian, James Roy, December Stoutling, Caitlin Hentges, incumbent, Jasmine Bajwa, incumbent, Mia Clifford, incumbent, Millicent Klaus, Nathaniel Catalan, incumbent, Tegan Lahammer, Stravya Pudapedi, incumbent, Samar Singh, Imandeep Matharu, incumbent.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. These appointments are by the mayor and council member. Therefore, I'm going to call on each council member to share his nomination. At this time, I will be nominating Mia Clifford as my regular commission member. Mia has already served on the Youth Commission for two years. She's a senior at BHS. She's a National and French Honor Society member and a 4-year varsity starter in both tennis and soccer, and she serves as ASB Athletic Commissioner. I'll also nominate Simar Singh, as the alternate, who's a senior at BCHS. She is the first girl in Kern County to receive an award at the Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair, and also captured first place in the Kern County Science Fair. Next, Vice Mayor Core, your nominations, if you're ready at this time.
I will pass today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for our city clerk. Could we, for those who are incumbents, can we list out which wards they are representing currently?
And just council members, just so you know, they no longer have to be in that specific ward. So you can choose from anyone. You might want to choose somebody from your ward, but it's not one of the requirements any longer.
Got it.
If council and mayor will bear with me here just a moment, I can tell you the incumbents where they stand. Mia Clifford, who's already been appointed, was an incumbent for Ward 2. Thank you. Sarvia Pudipedi is the incumbent for Ward 3. Matharu is the incumbent for Ward 1 alternate appointee. Caitlin Henches is the alternate for Ward 3. Jasmine Bajwa is the alternate for Ward 5. And I believe Nathaniel Catalan is the Ward 4 incumbent.
Thank you so much. With that, I'll make a motion, or excuse me, make a recommendation that Iman Deep serve as my primary appointment, and Tegan Lahammer as my alternate for Ward 1.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to appoint Mia Clifford to serve a second term representing Ward 2, but since she's been already appointed, I will I will pass tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Weir.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe both my people are on there, and we'll just leave them in that position.
That would be Saraya Pudipedi is the current Ward 3 regular appointment.
Yes.
And Caitlin Henches is the Ward 3 alternate appointment.
Perfect.
Thank you, Councilmember Weir. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. The incumbent for Ward 4 was Nathaniel, and I didn't get the last name. Catalan. So I would nominate him as the commissioner, and as alternate, I would nominate December Schulting.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Coleman.
This is for the clerk. Did you just say that Caitlin Henges is assigned in Ward 3? I can't say her name. H-E.
That is correct, Councilmember.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So I'm going to pass it this time, Mayor. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Yeah, I would like to wait until the next meeting as well.
Thank you. And City Clerk, just to clarify it, this is one of those commissions where we have not closed the application period. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. There is a open application on our city's online boards and commissions portal that can be filled out at any time.
Thank you. So you're all free still to reach out to people if you know people, or just spread the word. Thank you. And now, Vice Mayor, if you can make the motion, please. Just on the ones that are named.
Motion to appoint all nominations to the Bakersfield Youth Commission. Thank you, Jenny.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is unanimously approved.
Thank you, and thank you to all the youth commissioners who are willing to serve. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Closed session, item 5A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, City Manager.
Motion to adjourn to closed session.
We're adjourned to closed session. Reconvening the 3:30 City Council meeting. Reconvening the, no, we're not. She's not here to give her report. Okay. Take it all back. Reconvening the 3:30 City Council meeting. Vice Mayor?
The evaluation of the city manager has concluded. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Weir?
Yes, thank you. I want the record to reflect that I am not pleased with the city manager's performance, and I have no confidence in his abilities.
Thank you. Councilmember Bashir Tosh?
I would just like to echo the same sentiment that Councilman Weir during our closed session. I don't have faith in our city manager.
And with that, we stand adjourned at 5:17. And for all of you, thank you so much for your patience in waiting for us. We're going to need a little technology switch out. We were just finishing the last meeting. And so we'll have a little technology switch out as they transition here, and then we'll start the 5:15 meeting right away. But if you just stay in your places, hopefully we can get going soon.
Welcome to the Bakersfield City Council meeting. This television broadcast is brought to you by the local cable companies, the County of Kern, and the City of Bakersfield. You can watch the rebroadcast of this meeting Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 10 a.m., and the following Wednesday at 7 p.m. You can download the agenda for this meeting at www.bakersfieldcity.us. Presiding over this evening's meeting, the Honorable Mayor Karen K. Go.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to call to order the 5:15 regular City Council meeting of August 5th, 2026. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go.
Here.
Vice Mayor Core.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Weir.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
I'm here.
Councilmember Coman.
Here.
And Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Here.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you. Tonight, we are only in our second meeting with a new electronic system. We also are only in our second meeting with a new state law requiring certain telephonic communication. So as you know, with any new system, it's always a little complicated, and sometimes little glitches occur. I know that you registered on the kiosk. Thank you for adapting to that. But I'm just going to ask all of us to give each other grace as we work through this process. And it takes a little time sometimes for us to work through these new electronic processes and just changes, and just ask for you to give each other grace. Also, I know that there are topics that are of great passion to many of our speakers. And again, we live in this great country where we get to have varied perspectives. And what I would ask of all of us is just to be respectful one to another. And so thank you and welcome to all of you. If you're here to speak during public statements, you'll need to pre-register with the kiosks in the back, and staff is there to assist you. Tonight, we have the privilege of having our youth commissioner, Nathaniel Catalan, who's a junior at Garces Memorial High, to offer the invocation. He was the Ward 6 youth commissioner with a 4.67 GPA. He's working on an Eagle Scout project where he's building an outdoor library and Scouting Resource Center at St. Francis Church. He won first place in the 2026 Greater California Council Camperelle, earning the Golden Tomahawk Award, which is given to the top performing person and the most total points scored across various skills. That's a big achievement. He's a member of multiple clubs, including Campus Ministry, Engineering Club, Mock Trial, Aviation Chess Club, Project Lead the Way, tennis, and team captain of the Robotics Club. Following the invocation, Jasmine Bajwa, who's a senior at Independence High, will lead us in the pledge. She is a Ward 5 Youth Commissioner with dual enrollment at Bakersfield College. She's a member of the Independence High School Full Orchestra. She holds leadership positions at school, including Link Crew Leader, Red Cross Chapter President, Model United Nations Ambassador, and Got the Dot Leadership Program Fellow. She's also a volunteer with Memorial Hospital, and we're pleased to have two of our youth commissioners lead us tonight. Would you all please stand?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather in service to our community. We pray that you enrich the minds of our leaders so that they may make just decisions that benefit all peoples and make sure no voice is left unheard. Help us seek together the common good of all the people of this city, and we pray that you safeguard those who need your protection. We acknowledge our role as imperfect human beings and therefore humbly ask you to guide us with your wisdom. May the prayers of your people be united with your will. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and you may be seated. Thank you, Nathaniel and Jasmine. And you'll probably notice some other youth commissioners in green shirts that are going to do a presentation later on this evening. Here are a few guidelines to help our meeting run smoothly. We'd request that you turn off your phones. Please be courteous in the use of cameras and videos, and for safety reasons and as a courtesy to others, no signs are allowed in the council chamber or in the lobby. Applause is allowed during the presentations portion of the meeting, but not during other portions of the meeting. Everyone in attendance is in person or by phone is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by resolution of the City Council. Failure to abide by the city's rules of decorum, including any disruptive behavior that interferes with our ability to have an orderly and efficient meeting, prevents the City Council from conducting the business of the city. Consider this a first warning to everyone participating that conduct that disrupts the meeting may result in expulsion and/or the chambers being cleared. Behavior that disrupts the meeting includes repetitive statements, shouting, hate speech, interrupting staff or presenters during the meeting, speaking out of turn, and outbursts from the audience. Telephonic participants are expected to adhere to the same rules of decorum as those attending here in person. In keeping with the Council's resolution, the public statements portion is divided into two periods. There's a period for items listed on the meeting agenda and items not on the meeting agenda. Additionally, pursuant to changes in state law, the City Council will now accept public statements via phone and in person. Statements for items listed on tonight's agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 10 minutes for participants by phone, 10 minutes for participants in person, and 20 minutes total per agenda item. The consent calendar as a whole constitutes one agenda item. Statements regarding items not listed on the agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total for participants by phone, and 10 minutes total for in-person participants. That's 20 minutes total. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the city clerk, who will give copies to the council. If you're here to make a public statement, please fill out and register using the kiosk at the back of the chambers where you entered. Staff is there to assist you if needed. We ask that you select whether you're here to speak on an item listed on tonight's agenda or in a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific agenda item will be presumed speakers for the non-agenda portion and will be called during the non-agenda portion of the meeting. If you're here on public hearing items 8A or 8B, so those are, one, contract with Willdan, or secondly, the track map, now is not the time to speak. You'll be given an opportunity to speak when those items are called later in the meeting. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items not listed on the agenda? I know that was a lot to hear, but there it is. Madam Clerk, do we have any items for speakers not listed on the agenda?
America, we have received 25 requests to speak in person and no requests to speak via phone.
Okay. So as you can tell, we have a lot of people who wish to speak. 2 minutes is the maximum that you can speak, but you can always reduce your time. And obviously, we're not going to be able to fit in everybody, but we'll be able to get a general sense of how you are feeling on a specific topic. So, Madam Clerk, would you please call?
Mayor, do you want to announce that because there are no speakers via phone?
Yes. So because there are no speakers on phone, I am going to extend that period, because normally it's 10 minutes in phone, 10 minutes in person. I'm going to have 10 minutes total for us. So it gives you a little bit more opportunity if you're here in person. 20 minutes total. All right, here we go. We're giving each other grace, right? This is a little complicated. It's very different from what we're used to. So now, Madam Clerk, please call the first public speaker.
The first public speaker is Denise L. Gary Pandal, followed by Terry Maxwell.
And I would just ask that you adjust the mic level when you come up, please. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Denise Gary Pandal, and I'm here to address my concerns with respect to the meeting last month on July 15th. I found it deeply disturbing that the council members refused to discuss the importance of your sacred obligation under the Constitution and federal law. Title 8, Section 1182, makes clear that everyone that enters the United States should enter this country lawfully, and yet you refer to unlawful entrances into our country as simply immigrants. There's a legal distinction that's according to the law, and the rule of law should be followed. If you are unable or unwilling to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law according to Title 8, I would recommend you remove yourself from office or be recalled. Moreover, it clearly states under the law that people entering the country should be properly vetted. Why is that? It's because we have had people involved in sex trafficking, human trafficking, drug cartels. We've had individuals that have been involved in criminal networks, and yet we had council members talk about ICE hunting down individuals and being inhumane when the Department of Homeland Security has actually provided anybody the opportunity to self-deport with $2,500 and free transportation. There's nothing inhumane about asking individuals who broke our law to depart from this country, go back to their country of origin, fill out the paperwork, do things properly, allow us to vet them, and have the $2,500 and free transportation to do so. Moreover, you failed to indicate that individuals like my family members and the
Ms.
millions
Kendall,
of others
your
that have
time is
come
up.
here
Can you
came
bring
here
your comments
legally.
to a close, please?
Yes. So I'd like to close by saying your obligation is the safety and security of this community more than anything else. That is your sacred obligation, and you are responsible
Thank
for
you.
upholding the law.
Thank you, Ms. Kendall. Next speaker. And before, and just a reminder, audience, I know for many of you it's your first time here, and just a reminder that applause is not allowed in this chamber during, I know that many of you are first timers, so we're going to give each other grace on that, but this is just a reminder that applause is not allowed in the chambers except when we're doing presentations. Okay, so that's just a reminder, and I just want to make sure that we have everybody seated before we start for fire safety reasons. Welcome, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Terry Maxwell, and you'll be happy to know that I'm not going to talk about the lunacy of making Bakersfield a sanctuary city. What I do want to talk about is this ad hoc committee under the multimodal transportation and traffic safety heading. I went back to look to see what the history was of their agendas and their minutes. And as of, I think it's, let's see, it's September 5th of 2024, since then there, for all intents and purposes, not been one meeting. Yeah, you're having a meeting in August on the 18th. I don't know what's going on, but that doesn't make a lot of sense that for 2 years, practically 2 years, you've given the public no indication as to what this committee is doing or what they're discussing. The other thing is the makeup of the committee is Mr. Arias, Vice Mayor Kerr, and Councilman Smith. Councilman Smith owns Bike Bakersfield, so I'm not sure why he's even on the committee because that is a conflict of interest. Vice Mayor Kerr has a degree, I believe, in city planning, the type of city planning that I'm sure that she got exposed to and is in belief of, at least every indication is that she does believe in the multimodal sort of a concept, taking space away from cars and giving it to bicycles. And I just think that there needs to be some explanation and certainly a readjustment of that particular committee. I think that people like Mr. Bashirtash, who could represent cars on that committee, should probably have been included and not been so this committee should not have been so weighted towards a liberal point of view. Thank you.
Just a reminder, no applause is allowed during this portion of the meeting. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please. And I'm going to ask you to be respectful. I'm just really grateful that we have been able to have meetings with decorum, and I want to continue that tradition here in Bakersfield. Next speaker, please.
Speaker is...
Okay, sorry. Councilmember Smith.
I'm sorry, Mary. Could staff respond to how many times we've met the multimodal committee?
Councilmember Smith,
We've met
top
numerous
of mind,
numerous
I don't have
times.
the precise
Public-
number, but we've met every other month for the past 2 years.
And-
We'll try and confirm and help navigate towards where those minutes are, but we do have published minutes of those meetings that we've had every other month for the past 2 years.
And we've had many public discussions there. And Bakersfield, for your information, is a nonprofit. It is not a business. So, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Ellen Schaffhauser, followed by Brandon Bain.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
I'm back again. My name's Ellen Schaffhauser. I'm from the Kern River Valley, and I'm a volunteer for Valley Watch Network, which is connected to Faith in the Valley. And I've spoken to you back at 3:30, but really I'm speaking to the audience right now, even though you'll be hearing some of the things repeated. Valley Watch Network, I and a few others of us, we stand over at the immigration office. We stand there all day, sometimes across the street so that we can get some shade. What are we standing there for? We're waiting for the immigrants that have been illegally detained for 7 months, maybe 10 months, maybe longer. And they come out and they're released. Why? Why are they released? Because they've been illegally detained. And when they come out with barely what they came in with, if they came in with something at all. I wish they would get some money so that they could go home, but most of them don't have any money to go home. Where do they live? Miami, New York, New Jersey, Idaho, and many other places, and particularly, of course, California too. They are legally here. For whatever reason, they were detained, and they were detained for many months illegally. They are legally here. So what we do is we help them get home. And how do we do that? We have a contribution that comes, it's a donation for being able to get these people home. We actually fly them home, we get them on the train as immediate as possible, or we give them a place to stay overnight, and then they are sent home. Isn't that wonderful for this city? In order to be able to get a place for them to be so that they're not homeless here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Brandon Bain, followed by Serenity Hansford.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Brandon. My family has lived in this country for over 200 years now, but that doesn't make me any less an immigrant than a family that just arrived this morning. Just like me, these families have the right to privacy, safety, and protection. No family should have to wake up in the morning in fear going to the grocery store, taking their kids to school in fear of being kidnapped or killed by armed government goons, which many of these families have actually fled their countries for. This is why I'm asking in good faith for y'all to support a motion to make Bakersfield a sanctuary city. As we know, Kern County is home to several ICE detention centers. ICE has on several occasions also arrested, kidnapped several American citizens, whether they are Native American, born citizens, and so on. I repeat myself, no person, legal or illegal, should have to fear waking up in the morning, going to work, going to school, taking their children to school, going to get food or anything, should not have to fear about being kidnapped or being killed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Serenity Hansford, followed by Rod Guise.
Ms. Hanford? I don't see her, so let's move on to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Rod Guise, followed by Charisse Zaleski.
If you have materials that you'd like the city clerk to hand out, just place them in that box. Thank you.
There's an original of the resolution plus some signatures, copy for each council member, the mayor, and the city manager. Thank you. My name is Rod Geis. Tonight I'm submitting a resolution by Dr. Angelo Frazier to designate Bakersfield a rule of law city. Dr. Frazier couldn't be here tonight, so I'm submitting it for him. It's a response to recent proposals by the council to initiate a Truth Act forum and designate Bakersfield a sanctuary city. I oppose a Truth Act forum because ICE doesn't have access to local jails. The Bakersfield police have confirmed that there is no coordination with ICE, and it's generally just a waste of time and resources. I oppose sanctuary city policy. It's bad for the state, it's bad for the city for 3 reasons. First, it's fiscally irresponsible. The cost of living is increasing here. Sustaining a growing population of foreign nationals burdens our system and taxpayers and accelerates the increase in cost. American citizens are the victims here, not the foreign nationals. Secondly, it dishonors America's veterans who fought to provide American opportunity, as well as everyone who legally became citizens. Third, sanctuary city policy violates federal law and interferes with law enforcement. Foreign nationals understand that it is unlawful to be here. They are fully responsible for their actions. Enough is enough. I love Bakersfield and wish to remind the council that your duty is to represent the citizens, not foreign nationals. Please stop wasting time and resources on initiatives that produce no tangible benefit, such as a Truth Act forum, sanctuary city policy, grants to foundations that are not needed, street name changes that cost citizens millions, and spending more on bike lanes, which is on the agenda for later tonight, I think. It's becoming clear that the city council requires more oversight. I hereby pledge to start that tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Therese Zaleski, followed by Marcia Chamberlain.
Hi, thank
Welcome.
you. My name is Therese Zaleski. And my question for tonight is, who are we fighting for? Because it seems like the people who are living in Bakersfield are being forgotten. Our police department is already overburdened, understaffed, and under-resourced. Our officers make call after call while not being asked to do more with less. They deserve our support and the strain that is already on an overwhelmed system. If you look around our city, homelessness is no longer hidden. It is on our sidewalks, in our parks, throughout our neighborhoods. Human beings are suffering, businesses are struggling, and taxpayers are paying the price. Then, I suggest that we look to downtown Bakersfield. This should be the pride of our city, a thriving destination for families, restaurants, and small businesses. Instead, too many storefronts sit empty, too many businesses have closed, and too many people have avoided downtown because they no longer feel safe. And in the middle of this, we are discussing policies that could place even a greater demand on our police, our emergency services, our housing, and our taxpayers. I would imagine that everyone sitting in this room today have locked the front door of their house, or perhaps they even locked the doors to their car. Not because we lack compassion, but because you understand that boundaries need security. Government should operate with the same common sense. Your first responsibility is not to make a national political statement. Your first responsibility is to serve the people who elected you. Before we become a sanctuary city for anyone else, let us become a sanctuary for the people already living here. Support the police, restore our downtown, address the homelessness, bring jobs and investment back to Bakersfield. The citizens of Bakersfield deserve to know that they come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Marcia Chamberlain, followed by Andy Hensel.
Good
Welcome.
evening. My name is Marcia Chamberlain, and I live in Ward 5. However, I want to respectfully address all the members of the City Council who were hopefully voted into office by legal citizens. I'm adamantly opposed to Bakersfield becoming a sanctuary city. If we are flooded with illegals, where will they find employment? Where will they find housing? Who will pay for their food, housing, and health care? What does this say to the immigrant families who came here legally, integrated into our communities, and studied our Constitution and history so that they might become legal and valuable citizens of the United States? Can you guarantee that homelessness and crime will not increase? After all, they've already broken the laws of our country. Can you tell me at what point in our culture did the word illegal become irrelevant? There's a push to allow illegals to vote in our elections. There is an uproar if they are deported. Theft is allowed in our stores if it's under a certain dollar amount. I took part in a court case where an illegal stole a car, but the case was actually dismissed because the woman whose car was stolen had written down her license number and referred to the note when asked what her license was. I know several families who have already moved out of Kern County just to escape the madness that has taken over logic in the state of California. I pray that you will listen to reason and bring back meaning to the word illegal and vote no on Bakersfield becoming a sanctuary city. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Andy Hensel, followed by Charles Shin.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, Andy Hensel, Hensel. Making Bakersfield a sanctuary city will be like a magnet leading to more undocumented foreign nationals to our city. It may even eventually lead to the kind of unlawful protests we see in other cities. Some of the things said by previous council members was not helpful at all. Regardless of how someone feels about any constitutional law, it is not up to the individuals to decide to ignore them. There is a procedure in America to change laws, and until then, it is illegal and dangerous to blatantly resist or impede law enforcement officers while performing their lawful duties. We need truth based on reality, and that truth was not spoken by anyone on the council. The U.S. is a great nation because of the rule of law, laws based on biblical principles to deliver justice and punish lawlessness. Is it perfect? No. It's just the best damn place on earth, as anyone who travels will be able to tell you. If we embrace lawlessness, it won't be anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Charles Shin, followed by James Coyle.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning to the council members. I am Charles Shin. I would like to just say that the idea of saying Bakersfield or California or any place in the United States is a sanctuary for unlawfulness is a hat tip to say we're going to obey some laws, but some laws are okay to violate. And which one of you are able to say which law is going to be violated and for what reason? That in and of itself doesn't make sense. Let me say that Bakersfield sanctuary status is unlawful. It encourages never-ending downward spiral, as we've seen in many blue cities, of disorderly conduct, and creates a false hope for those who think they're being protected that somehow federal violations of the law don't apply to them. I think we're misleading these people, and as leaders of a great city like Bakersfield, I think that's a bad commentary on saying Bakersfield as sanctuary. Let me just go over a couple federal laws that might be being violated. 8 U.S.C. 1324, which criminalizes bringing, transporting, harboring, or aiding unauthorized aliens in the United States with penalties ranging from fines to imprisonment. And that would include also the ability to spend a lifetime in prison for some violations, and also the death penalty could apply. And that would be for harboring and concealing, encouraging, or inducing as two of those penalties. There's also 8 U.S.C. 1325, which criminalizes improper entry into the United States and establishes fines, imprisonment, and civil penalties for violations of that. I would urge the council to consider seriously keeping Bakersfield a city of law and order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shin. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Coyle, followed by Don Miller.
Excuse me, when I put my specs on.
Mr. Miller, would you lower? Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jim Coyle. Sanctuary City, what a bad idea for us. It's a bad idea for Bakersfield to join the lawless by not cooperating with federal agencies. It's a bad idea to force our local law enforcement to not cooperate with other law enforcement agencies. Government has no business interfering with effective law enforcement policy. It is a bad precedent for us. It's a bad idea to encourage people who do not respect the law to come into this community and share their versions of crime and high life. It's a bad idea to put our children at greater risk of drugs and violence while making it more difficult to solve a greater crime case load. It's a bad idea to force us to have more crowded ERs and to also fill our classrooms with additional students that we cannot handle. It's a bad situation that public health has the need to vaccinate large numbers of migrants subject to TB, polio, measles, chickenpox, and venereal disease, demonstrating the inherent risk to the extant population. It's a bad idea to hand out more selective freebies and to pile more tax load on already overfeed and overtaxed Californians. What if we could ask murder victims that have been victims? 32-year-old Catherine Steinle, murdered in San Francisco. 22-year-old Laken Riley, murdered in Athens, Georgia. And 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary, murdered in North Houston, all victims of known sanctuary-protected criminals. It's a good idea not to do this. There is more than enough sanctuary in this state already.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Don Miller, followed by Dennis McLean.
Hello, my name is Don Miller. At the last City Council meeting, several community members spoke expressing fear of ICE agents and called for a truth forum. In the Truth Act, there is zero language that such a forum can be called, but rather would be required if BPD were to coordinate with ICE. There is zero language that can create ICE-free zones or control federal officers. It can only affect local law enforcement. The coordinated timing of this call for a sanctuary city with a scheduled county truth forum is no coincidence, but evidence of a radical Democrat Party at work here in our city, a party that is openly calling to defund, then abolish police departments and prison systems altogether, abolish the U.S. Senate, expand the House of Representatives to an unspecified number, abolish the Electoral College, and have Congress elect the President and the Supreme Court. I am not making this up. There is more. The DSA agenda is online. But instead of responding with truths to calm fear and bring clarity, council members made dangerous statements showing concern not for our community, but for their own climb up the Democrat Party. Councilman Gonzalez said that what ICE is doing is unconstitutional. Vice Mayor Carr said it's wrong, just wrong, referring to enforcement of federal law by ICE. The truth is, ICE agents are performing their lawful duties by order of the agency director appointed by our duly elected president. It is dangerous to tell people it's wrong and unconstitutional. Then they believe they are justified to resist, leading to criminal charges or injury as we've tragically seen elsewhere. Bakersfield is not about being a spectacle for political agendas. I believe the majority of our local citizens, regardless of their ethnic or cultural backgrounds, are not about that either. We are all one race, the human race, separated by God into nations with amazing diversity, culture, and heritage. We must be honest with each other, reject the spectacle, and embrace the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Our time is now up for this portion, and I know that many are here wanting to speak, and many of you have registered already. So I'm going to just ask for a show of hands for those on, I know that many people were here on the Sanctuary City topic, so if you registered to speak but didn't get a chance to because our time is up, only if you have not spoken already, would you raise your hand just for the record? Okay, and we see that. Okay. Now, okay, thank you. And then if you register to speak and you are in support of sanctuary cities, please raise your hand if you've already registered to speak. Thank you. And thank you all for coming out and engaging in this process. Time just does not allow us to have everybody speak, but we see the support on both sides, and we thank you for coming out. Madam Clerk, next item now. Public statement. Thank you. Public speakers. Do we have any public speakers regarding items listed on tonight's agenda? If you're here, go ahead and let me know if we do have people.
Ergo, yes, we do. The first item on the agenda, where a registered speaker.
Just let me know if we have people.
We do, yes.
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. If you're here to speak on items listed under consent calendar item 6, reports item 9A, that would be Youth Commission, deferred business item 10A, that's the radio tower, and new business, that's item 11A, that's the traffic safety policy. Now is the time to speak. The clerk will call for speakers. So, Madam Clerk, would you go ahead and call for any speakers who wish to speak under 9A?
Ergo, there's one registered speaker for item 9A.
Okay, and let's just hold for 1 minute. I see that maybe this is the time when some people might want to be leaving. If you would like to leave in the next few minutes, this would be a good time as we make this transition, just so we can have an orderly meeting and not people just walking in and out. Okay. Councilmember Coleman, go ahead.
Trying to get some clarity, because I thought that for like 9A and 11 we're down there in their hearing, and you're asking for the speakers now. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you all for your patience, and thank you for the very orderly meeting. Appreciate it. And then staff who's at the back door, when the last person is out, would you just please close the door? Councilmember Coleman, I know that you asked for a clarifying question about when people are speaking. The way we're doing it tonight is the way that was determined by council. If you would like to reconsider that, we can have an opportunity to explore that.
Now, maybe you can just restate what you said, and maybe it'll be clearer to me.
Yes.
So.
Okay, so if you're here to speak on items listed under consent calendar item 6, reports item 9A, that's the Youth Commission, deferred business item 10A, that's the radio tower, and new business item 10A, that's the traffic safety policy, now is the time to speak. And I know that there's been some discussion about hearing staff's presentation first. For tonight, we're going to follow the way it's been established, and then going forward, if we'd like to modify that, we can work on that, explore it together. Okay? Madam Clerk, would you please call the speaker for 9A?
Did we vote on the consent agenda? Or do we do that first?
Yes, we do need to do that, don't we? No, we're not. We're still on public speakers. Sorry. No. All right. We're all working through this, so thank you for having patience with us.
So just for the record, my understanding is that on the consent calendar, all right, which is item 6 on everyone's agenda, according to the clerk, there is no one on the phone that wishes to speak on item 6, and there was no one in person that wishes to speak on item 6. Is that correct?
Correct. All right.
But we still have a number of people who wish to speak on other agenda items.
Correct. So take it in order now. You are correct. So that's why we're not voting yet. We're just taking public statements.
Exactly. Madam Clerk, please call the next public speaker.
The next speaker for item 9A is James Roy. For the record, there are no speakers by phone.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is James Roy. I'm an applicant for Youth Commission, and I just want to tell you something about myself. So I'm heavily involved in Boy Scout Troop 125 and also Civil Air Patrol Squadron 121. I'm also founder and president of Aviation Club at Garces Memorial. And through those organizations, I've learned a lot about my community and the skills to actually improve and help everybody in my community. So please keep me in mind for Youth Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please. By phone or in person?
The next item is item 10A. There are no speakers by phone, and there are 3 requested speakers in person. The first speaker is Bill Cooper.
I'm Bill Cooper.
Welcome.
I'm a city resident, 5826 Riggs Court. Also representing the Kern River Parkway Foundation. And our only concern on this issue is that you not consider the Kern River Parkway River Corridor as an alternative site for this project. And we don't think it's consistent with the Kern River Plan. It's been in effect since about 1985. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Go, I do want to make one correction.
Yes.
Again, thank you for grace in the technology struggles. But there is one speaker by phone, but we will complete these speakers in person first and then go to the speakers by phone.
Thank
Our
you.
next speaker in person is Mark Merifeld, followed by Bo Koenig.
Thank you. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Mark Merrifield. First, no one that I know of is against this tower and the benefits that the community that this will provide. But common sense must be used to decide on an appropriate location to build this. When I hear about how much additional money this will cost the taxpayers, I question, how did you spend so much money on planning without the public's consent in the first place for this project? During the June meeting, Mr. Andre Gonzalez requested realistic renderings of what the tower would look like. The only provided renderings available so far is taken from an elevation that is about equal height to the top of the tower. I don't think people are traveling around the top of the tower. We need a render that looks like it from the ground. So this is the rendering I've seen that's basically from on the agenda from the list. I will put this in the tray when I'm done. This is a side-by-side of what the existing tower looks like compared to the new tower. Notice the height of the tree that's in here. Not much blending in there, and its height is more realistic compared to what the city staff's notes state that the trees around this area exceed 75 feet in the area. If they were 75 feet in the area, they would exceed the height of the existing tower. There are no trees anywhere close to this height in that area. This claim is just another fabrication. The zone change notification that was sent to neighbors within the 300-foot radius should only apply when following CEQA Section 15302, Class 02, replacement and reconstruction requirements. This proposal is a drastic modification in the original 35-foot tower. Not only is it increasing by 2.3 times the height, but also the proposed installation location is 130 feet closer to the residential housing. This does not qualify for replacement or reconstruction by anyone's logical standards. This is a new build and should be treated as one. This does not qualify, by simply stating it is compliant or exempt does not make it so. This would never be allowed in the private sector.
Your time is up. Go ahead and bring your comments to a close, please.
Please do your job. that you've been elected to do and refuse this project's location simply by an effort to protect our children from the RF waves that have never been approved or safe for our young developing minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Bo Koenig.
Would you like those distributed now, Madam Clerk?
Not just yet. I can do it at the...
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, good evening. My name is Bo Koenig. I'm the person who filed the appeal hearing on the tower. And just one quick correction on Mr. Merrifield. He mentioned it's a 35-foot tower that's existing there. I think he meant it's a 65-foot tower that's currently existing there. And it has an antenna that shoots up from that about another 15 feet. The new tower they're proposing is 150 foot high based upon the information that was given to you, with another antenna exceeding above that another 22 feet above that for a total of 172 foot worth of tower. The rendition that was provided to you last time was based off of those proportions. You guys were concerned that it was not proportionate. That's what the proportions were based on, 65 foot to the 150 versus the 80 to the 172. So that, I just wanted to clarify that I believe that was proportionate. Real quick, the couple things that you guys asked to do was an updated rendition other than the one we submitted last time, and that just hasn't been done. There's no rendition in the 300-page documentation that was provided to you guys that shows this tower over the residential community. They haven't done it, and I haven't seen it. In addition, you've asked for a dollar amount and breakdown of how much it would cost to move the tower to a new location, and they estimated it was about $300,000 to $350,000 at the last meeting. A breakdown of that has not been provided either. All they have done in their response was say, we now think the move would cost $500,000 to 1.5.
Mr. Koenig, your time is up. Can you bring your comments to a close, please?
To 1.5 million. I didn't come here at the last minute. We've made our objections back in November, as soon as we were notified. They continued to work on this project the entire time, even after automatic stays are put in place. I'm going to leave you guys with documentation that shows they've applied for permits after the appeal was already filed, and they've also applied for a CEQA exemption after the appeal was already filed. Spending our money.
Mr. Koenig, your time is up. Thank you. Finish that sentence, please.
I'm just saying, spending the taxpayers' money without asking us up front, we're talking over $1 million.
Thank you, sir.
It's just not appropriate.
Thank you. And now, Madam Clerk, the in-person speaker? Or are there any others related?
Margo, that was the final in-person speaker.
Thank you. Now by phone. Oops. Little technical glitch. We see that. That's your twin brother speaking from somewhere.
Margo, that was the final in-person.
Thank you. Now by phone. Oh, we love listening to our echoes. All right. We're going to figure this. Just give us a minute on the technology part. We are going to try to proceed. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
There we go. We will now move to our phone speaker. The phone speaker is Sharon Brielle.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself, Ms. Brielle. We are going to try to proceed.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sharon Brielle.
Ms. Brielle.
Resident of Ward 5. I'm asking you to reject the staff report and send this back to staff to find a location that doesn't sacrifice an established neighborhood for infrastructure that it didn't ask for. The tower is over 180 feet tall, nearly double the existing structure. That's not an upgrade, that's an industrial structure imposed on this. Send this back to staff to find a location that doesn't sacrifice an established neighborhood.
Okay, so Ms. Brielle, I don't know whether you can hear us. Ms. Brielle, we're having technical issues and we very much want to hear you speak, but we're getting an echo right now, and so we're just going to take a brief recess so that staff can figure out. Thank you all. This is only our second time, and new glitches show up every now and then, and thank you for your patience. We'll just take a brief break until staff lets me know that we're back working. Let's say at least 5 minutes, and then we'll check in with staff.
Yeah. Okay, so should I, you want me to log out of the whole thing? I don't have anything open. Okay.
Testing, Alex. All right, reconvening at 6:24, and we have Miss Brill on the phone. Miss Brill, thank you for your patience. Sorry for that little technical glitch. So we're going back now to public comments for the phone. For which item, Madam Clerk, if you'd like to help us through that process?
America, we are on item 10A, deferred business.
Thank you. Ms. Brill, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm asking you to reject the staff report and send this back to find a location that doesn't sacrifice an established neighborhood for infrastructure that it didn't ask for. This tower is over 150 feet tall, nearly double the existing structure. That's not an upgrade. That's an industrial structure imposed on one of this area's residential communities. I filed a Public Records Act request. The Technology Department confirmed no alternative locations were examined, none, and there were alternatives. The water recharge basins near this site sit empty, city-owned open space with no agenda homes to impact. I also asked who selected the site. The answer was Scout Services, a division of Motorola, a vendor who profits from this contract, reviewing its own sitting decision. That's not an independent analysis. Other cities and California's do better. Piedmont, an affluent East Bay city surrounding Oakland, known for protecting its residential character, requires a 1,000-foot setback from homes and schools for towers of the size. Marin County requires precautionary siting review near sensitive land areas. San Francisco requires independent cumulative impact analysis, not a vendor self-interest recommendation. This city's budget depends on sprawl to sustain itself, and administrators draw substantial salaries are making sitting decisions that degrade the quality of life for its residents, many of whom are the same administrators don't live among. Send it back. Look at the recharge basin. Find a location that doesn't require this community to absorb the cost of growth that it didn't create.
Thank you, Ms. Briel. Madam Clerk, moving on now to new business item 11A, traffic safety policy. Do we have anybody who wishes to speak by phone?
Mayor Go, we have not received any requests to speak by phone.
And now we'll move to those who wish to speak in person, and we'll allocate the time.
The first speaker in person is Terry Maxwell, followed by Charles Shin.
Like it distributed, please. My name is Terry Maxwell, and I've given you this paper because I would like some of these questions answered. I won't get to all of them, but it's something that should be considered when you're looking at what you're about to do, which I think is a big undertaking affecting just about everybody who lives here in Bakersfield. It should not be taken lightly. You've heard of the tyranny of the minority. When you consider how many people are using our bike lanes, which I doubt that anybody's done a study of, but we did a study about 10 years ago, and it showed that the number of people using our bike lanes was infinitesimally small. And here you are about to change all of the modalities of how we get around this town to accommodate an extremely small number of people. I think that's a huge mistake. So I would ask the question, how many jaywalking tickets have been issued in the last few years? How many traffic violation tickets were issued to cyclists in the last few years? What I'm implying there is that if we're not doing anything to stop this kind of behavior, you're going to get a lot more of it. I heard over the radio yesterday that we've had 71 accidents in the last, I think, year. I'm not even sure which year they were talking about here in Bakersfield. Had 2 deaths. That's pretty small. But statistically, we're one of the worst cities in the world. We have 400,000 people living here, and you're going to take the tyranny of the minority and affect the majority. I think that's a big mistake. I already mentioned about the ad hoc committee. I don't think that you should move forward until that is posted so that we know exactly what that ad hoc committee has been doing for the last 2 years, because it's not posted. I would ask that one of the council members here request that the city clerk put that up on the screen so that you can see that when you pull that up, there is nothing past September of 2024 in terms of what we can see. I think that if you enforce laws, that would be a less costly answer. There's no accuracy on pedestrians versus car encounters caused by pedestrians or cyclist accidents caused by cyclists.
Mr. Maxwell, your time is up. Can you bring your comments to a close, please?
Okay, I just think these are some questions you've got to ask before you make this kind of a decision. And I would ask you to show caution and table this for now so that the public can get more information about this tyranny of the minority.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Charles Shin, followed by Don Miller.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good day again, Mayor, council members. I am Charles Shin. I'm going to ask a rhetorical question. We've converted a lot of the major thoroughfares in Bakersfield that used to be 3 lanes, both directions, and limited them to 2 in both directions. I think with increasing vehicle traffic for bicyclists. And I'm still waiting to see, when I drive through the city, I'm still waiting to see a cyclist on all these newly created bike lanes. And I think this study that you're getting ready to look at is, if you vote for it, is going to go with a federal option where we're going to make some of our wide streets even a little narrower for enhancing more bike lanes. At least that's the way I understand it. I think this is a grave mistake. Our road system is primarily for vehicular traffic and truck traffic. People need to go to work. People need to go to the store. Goods and services are transported via truck. And if you want to exercise on your bike, hey, I've done triathlons, I've done ultra marathons. When I wanted to ride my bike, I put my bike on my vehicle and I went to the bike lane or the bike route out there by the Kern River, and I had unobstructed traffic, for me to travel on a bike. And now our bike lane out there is extensively long. I think it's longer than an ultramarathon in one direction. Anyhow, I would urge the Bakersfield Council to consider the people that have to drive on the streets and to pay for the streets with their vehicle taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shin. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Don Miller, followed by Zachary Griffin.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Don Miller. I did not prepare a statement, so I'm just going to wing it here. I'm speaking on the resolution adopting a traffic safety policy for the construction and improvement of city streets. This is on the new business agenda category. It's been alluded that this has been discussed extensively. I'm not aware of any of that. I'm seeking clarity regarding whether this will mandate any new constructions immediately, how will those costs compares to the way that we've been doing it. I'm especially concerned about the cost because I learned from a fellow citizen standing right here at this podium that the city of Bakersfield has not submitted a budget in 2 years. That's shocking to me. And it's very concerning that we're going to go spending more money when we don't even know, the public doesn't know where we stand financially. This also speaks to a lack of transparency to the public. And here we are talking about a new agenda item that's going to be voted on today, and that also speaks to a lack of transparency. Today's agenda document in the PDF form is 2,252 pages long. That sounds like Obamacare to me. It's like you measure about how many reams of paper it takes to print it, not how many pages it is. I'd like to see a motion to postpone this to a later date where the public can have input. It's the public that drives on these streets. The public should have a say whether their vehicular lanes are going to be narrowed to allow for more room for bicycles. I concur with what I've heard. I do not see an extensive amount of bicycle traffic that justifies that, but it should be discussed and it should be something that the public has a say in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Zachary Griffin, followed by Cindy Para.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Zachary Griffin. I'm a local educator and I'm a founding board member of Kern Cycling Coalition. Our mission is to educate and empower people for active transportation. I just want to, first of all, I'm here to support the measure, and I want to concur that the measure and sort of maybe provide a little information. I've been doing this with Mr. Smith and many others for many years. And we've talked about this particular national standard many times. So if you weren't aware of it, we have discussed it. But I want to emphasize something that sort of I was going to save this to my previous comments, but we'd kind of run out of time with our previous conversation. The other day I was watching our current chief, and I apologize, I know it's Brent, I think it's Strathmore, discuss sort of roadway issues here in Kern County. And so as he was talking about some young kids who are riding wheelies, he then segued to an issue that is probably one that's more prevalent, which is our DUI fatalities here in Kern County. I think we have 25 DUI fatalities. So to say that automobiles don't have a cost to our society directly or indirectly is kind of ridiculous. The benefits of lowering our healthcare costs, whether people are getting out of their cars and riding their bicycles like old men like myself, which learned it from other old men who used to do it all the time. My parents grew up, went to BHS, rode their bikes. So it's such a crazy new concept. However, because someone isn't doing something that's good is no reason to disdain it or throw it away. This guideline does not throw tons of money at anyone. It just allows people to achieve a larger scope of design standards when they use it. So study up on it if you're not aware of it. NACTO guidelines are fairly easy to find and very easy to sort of educate oneself on. But quickly to note, when we were discussing and when I was thinking about the comments that Mr. Strathmore made, I was thinking about these young people.
Mr. Griffin, your time is up.
I'm going to wrap it up right here. And I was thinking about how these young people felt like many people in this chamber, that they don't have a voice. And here these young people are out there doing something. They're not on their phones. They're outside. They're engaging in the world. We have a duty to provide them a safe space to grow and develop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Cindy Para, followed by Asha Chandy.
Welcome. Please
Good
introduce yourself.
evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Cindy Para, and first of all, let me begin tonight by saying vehicles are a luxury for some folks. Some folks don't have the privilege of being able to afford a car payment, fuel costs that continue to rise, insurance, maintenance, and that's why these NACTO standards that I'm in favor of tonight are a good idea. The NACTO Street Design Guide is not an experimental document. It is a nationally recognized research-based resource used by hundreds of other cities across the country. The recommendations are based on real-world data and proven safety outcomes. Bakersfield is growing rapidly as we invest in new streets and reconstruct existing ones. We have an opportunity to build infrastructure that improves safety, supports economic development, promotes healthier transportation choices, and makes our community more attractive for families and businesses. I respectfully urge all of you to please support this resolution tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Para. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Asha Chandy, followed by Craig Braun.
Hello, Mayor
Welcome.
and Council. My name is Asha Chandy. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I'm also on the board of Bike Bakersfield, which is a nonprofit bike shop and advocacy organization that is run by a volunteer board of directors. There's not an owner. I'm also on the board of California Walks. And I recently updated my resume. I guess I've been doing this stuff for about a decade. So bike and pedestrian safety stuff. First of all, I'd like to thank the city staff and council for considering this resolution. NACTO is the gold standard as it is today in the bike and pedestrian safety community for roadway design. The alternative is AASHTO, which is currently used, which was developed by state highway transportation engineers. We shouldn't be applying these state highway transportation design guidelines to our local roads, and that's what NACTO came in to play. Of course, there is no funding tied to this resolution, I imagine. This is just guidance for city staff in terms of how they're going to build our communities to be safer, more human-centered, and multimodal. You know, people want to roll on sidewalks, they want to roll through parking lots, they want to walk and bike everywhere like whether or not they have a car or not, So in the face of so many deaths on our roadways, we have an obligation to do better. And this is the first step in a long-range transportation planning process to improve safety and livability in our city. And all of us are very much aware of the number of cyclist deaths and collisions and pedestrians who've died this summer alone. We can do better, and we have the roadway space, we have the engineers and the transportation experts to do this work. And so I thank the City Council and city staff for considering this resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Chindy. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Craig Braun, followed by Michael Hudson.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Craig Braun. I'm an attorney. I've been a resident of Ward 5 for over 30 years. Thank you, Mr. Coman, for serving us there well. I'm speaking out against the resolution tonight. I think it basically is trying to solve a problem by swallowing everything in its path. This is not a bicycle safety resolution. This is a wholehearted, full-throated planning that tells the planning department how they're going to design our cities. There is discretion where they can ignore it. There's already a July 15 resolution that was passed that changed an ordinance that said what we're trying to adopt tonight is already an approved standard. The question tonight is, are we going to start mandating it? Now, what's really important is there was a grand jury report that came out, and some of the speakers have already echoed this. One of the things that was required to be done is automobile and bicycle traffic counts should be considered. I don't know if that's been done. I drove here all the way from Southwest Bakersfield, Mr. Coman. I did not see a bike at all. I don't see bikes. When they took Buena Vista and they got rid of one of the lanes going south, turned it into a bike lane, I still don't see bikes on there. The goal of the city isn't to tell people how to travel, where to travel, when they can travel. It's to say, how are people actually living? We don't live in Fantasyland. We live in the real world. People drive big trucks. This standard says you can reduce lanes to 10 feet wide. If you own a GMC 2500 mirror to mirror, it's 9 feet, 6 inches on either side. If you want to increase danger, make them 10 feet. That sounds like a great idea. And before you all start worrying about, well, there was this death and there was that death and this person got hit by a bike. You're on a bike and you get hit by someone running a red light, this doesn't solve it. If someone runs a traffic stop sign, this doesn't solve it. Drunk driver doesn't solve it. Someone crossing the street at night doesn't solve it. We need to go and let the planning department do what it's been doing, which is look at the development on a development by development basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Braun. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Michael Hudson.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Michael Hudson. I applaud the city for the Complete Streets resolution, making our streets accessible to all users. You may recognize me from last year. I was with a group of students from Chipman Junior High. The students presented a project to evaluate the safety of the streets around our school. What the students found was streets with excessive speeding and vehicle lanes for streets like Christmas Tree, and I'm speaking of the Northeast specifically here, Christmas Tree, University, Wenatchee, and others, with vehicle lanes in excess of 20 feet. Studies show that narrower lanes reduce accidents, and that's something that I think we can all support. Excuse me. When there are bicycle lanes, like on Panorama in front of Panorama Park, bicycles must brave the door zone. I encourage the city to reconsider the design of our streets around Chipman to be safer for all users. Multimodal use is on the rise. It's not going anywhere. It's only increasing, and I think that necessitates the redesign of our streets as well. Regardless, I think we're missing a huge opportunity here to educate our students. There's no required training in our schools or education for road safety. They removed driver's education, I think, in the 90s. So you're seeing a whole generation of people that don't really have an awareness or education related to how to properly use our streets. And I think we can see the evidence of that all around our city today. So I do support the measure, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers on this topic?
Mayor Go, that was the final speaker.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Consent calendar items 6A through 6I for approval.
Thank you. Councilmember Coleman wishes to pull 6F2. Colleagues, is there anyone else who wishes to pull an item? Thank you for your patience. And so just again, Councilmember Coleman wishes to pull 6F2, and there are no other requests for things to be pulled. Vice Mayor?
Motion to approve consent calendar items with the exception of 6F2.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes. Colleagues, is anybody having problems with the voting mechanism?
Mayor Go, the item is approved with Councilmember Basher-Tash voting no.
Thank you. And now we'll go on to item 6F2. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is regarding the agreement with the trustees of the University of Pennsylvania not to exceed $300,000. My question is to the city manager. Is this the same grant that we talked about the last meeting where we hired 2 people to do intervention?
Yes, Councilmember, it is.
Okay, and we approved that the last time?
That is correct.
I like that we're required, but the grant actually requires us to have a third-party oversight. But my question is, why University of Pennsylvania? You know, California has some of the top universities in the world. And so why are we going outside of California, or he's outside of Bakersfield for that matter, for that oversight?
It's a good question, Councilmember Coleman, council members, and Mayor. We actually have used CSUB and other local firms for many of our recent evaluations on other grants. This one in particular, we reached out to the University of Pennsylvania because Dr. Anthony Braga and his team of researchers are the preeminent criminologists in the nation around group gun violence specifically. They've done a number of similar evaluations for cities that have implemented this best practice type of program. They actually have some experience also working with the technical assistance providers that we have worked with as well in designing our program. And so we couldn't really find a better evaluator for this program. And there's a unique set of expertise in evaluating specifically group gun violence. And so we've reached out to them, and I think we're fortunate that they've agreed to conduct this evaluation that can demonstrate not only that we've achieved good outcomes through the grant, but that we are able to actually tie our specific activities as the causes of those reductions in violence.
Okay. I think I said it last time. I wanted to compliment you on the work you've done on gun violence, and I want to compliment the Bakersfield Police Department and their participation in that, in reducing gun violence. So I was supportive of you last week. I just wanted some clarification on this matter. So at that point, I'll make a motion to approve item 6F2.
Thank you, Councilmember. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Bashir Tosh voting no.
Thank you. And now our next item is public hearings. Each side will be allowed 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes for all speakers per side, 10 minutes for in-person speakers, and 10 minutes for speakers by phone. So it's important that you identify yourself, make your statement succinctly so others might speak. If there's testimony on both sides, each side will be allowed a 10-minute rebuttal. There's a clock on the TV screens behind me which indicates 20 minutes. When you are called, please identify yourself. You may ask questions during your statement, but they won't be addressed until the public hearing is closed. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the clerk. She'll provide copies to the council. Please be courteous to others who wish to speak. Madam Clerk, please read the public hearing item.
Public hearing item 8A, public hearing to present findings and consider adoption of energy savings performance contract with Willdan Energy Solutions. Number 1, resolution making findings authorizing entering into a energy savings performance contract for efficiency and infrastructure improvement projects. 2, agreement with Willdan Energy Solutions not to exceed $9,212,625 to implement energy savings efficiency measures or other operating cost saving measures and equipment, as well as energy generation measures. Ward 5, staff recommends opening the public hearing, taking public testimony, adoption of the resolution, and approval of the contract.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We do have a brief presentation that we'll provide for the council prior to entering or listening to our public hearing comments. And I'll turn the time over to Daniel Maldonado with our Water Resources Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Daniel Maldonado, Assistant Water Director.
Mr. Maldonado, would you just wait 1 minute? We have some transitioning going on.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Perfect. I'm Daniel Maldonado, Assistant Water Director, and I'll be voicing staff comments in support of the proposed solar and battery project at the Water Resources Administrative Offices on Buena Vista Road. As you may know, Wilden Energy Solutions was approved through a formal RFQ process to provide the city with an investment-grade audit and help identify, develop, and potentially implement energy efficiency capital improvement projects throughout the city's facilities. From the beginning, the Water Resources Administrative Office was, due to its significant drinking water system infrastructure located at the property, was identified as a viable project due to the energy load required to operate its drinking water facilities. In alignment with the City Council goals for reliable infrastructure and increasing energy independence, the Water Department proceeded with developing a solar and battery project that meets the needs of the department of rising energy costs at our water resources facility. I have today Scott Strom from Wilden Energy Solutions will provide a more detailed look at the project along with project renderings, construction costs, and financial details for the proposed solar project for the Water Department.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Daniel.
Mr. Strom.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, City leaders. I appreciate the opportunity to present our project that we've been working on now with the Water Department for the better part of a year and a half to look at ways to save significantly on your operational costs at that facility, and as Daniel alluded to, hopefully other facilities in the future. So have a little bit or a little PowerPoint presentation here to run through with you, just running through the project goals, the scope, financials, and a few other metrics here. So, so when we started with the Water Department back in December 24, it was very clear that the city had already moved forward with a lot of PPAs and other solar and battery installations at a lot of your main facilities. The 1000 Buena Vista was not one of them, and so in working with the Water Department leadership, it became very clear that fiscal responsibility and maximizing electrical utility cost savings to be reallocated elsewhere within the enterprise fund was a strong goal of leadership at that time. We'll go through the financials in a little bit, but that's a minimum of $414,000 per year. And equally important, hedge against future utility escalation, which on average PG&E's rates are raising about 10.2% per year over the last 5 years. Asset ownership, as I alluded to, the Water Department, different than a lot of other locations the city has, will have full ownership of this system at the completion of the construction to utilize the full benefit of the asset. System sizing, we wanted to make sure that as the net metering regulations changed in California recently, that we are minimizing the amount that we're essentially returning to the grid at a very low wholesale rate than what you can get in M2.0. Compliance with state EV mandates. We know there's a lot of dissension with this. It's difficult, to make sense at times of the evolving nature of the EV and mandates, but having a plan in place for the city to execute this in a responsible manner is a component of this project as well. The air quality benefits of solar and battery, and then leveraging any and all funding sources that we could possibly provide. So, and what you see on screen, these are renderings of the actual system. So this is what it will look like behind the Water Resources Office, and then you see the interface facilities as well. So we have quite a few of those through this presentation. As far as project overview, again, there will be 7 solar carport canopies across the parking areas and along the canal at the 1000 Buena Vista location. The total system size is about 511 kilowatts DC. 465 of those will be serving the pumping station, the major user on the facility, and then another 2 arrays will serve the Water Resources Office building as well. As far as generation, the interface will generate about 734,000 kilowatt hours per year, which is about a 44% offset of its usage, and then export approximately 14% to the grid. The Water Resources Office is about 78% offset with 37% exported to the grid. We do have a plan through another investment grade audit with the city and the Water Department to explore electrifying the HVAC system, the domestic water system, and the kitchen equipment to fully electrify that building. So you'll no longer be exporting that. You will be utilizing that, and that building will be fully electrified and fully powered by the on-site generation. The battery is about a 612 kilowatt battery, Tesla Megapack. Again, the goal for this is not resiliency, it's essentially for arbitrage. This is a pure financial play for the water department to be able to maximize the amount of peak shaving to save on a significant amount of demand charges over the course of the year for the water department. Few renderings here for you, just from a couple of different angles. Solar carport canopies 1 through 5 will serve the water interface facility. The Tesla battery will be located in the back corner near the generators. We do have a design in place should those generators be replaced in the future to look at a microgrid if that is of interest for resiliency. And then the arrays 7 and 6 will serve the resources office. There's a rendering of the Tesla battery adjacent to the generators. And so on the EV fleet side, we are also conducting a citywide master plan for the fleet transition based on the California Air Resources Board advanced clean fleet requirements, and have developed a plan for numerous sites for the enterprises for the general fund across the city to comply with those vehicle transition requirements between now and 2042. So at the 1000 Buena Vista location, we've got 7 chargers going in with this first construction project, and then the infrastructure to serve the rest of the remaining chargers and other infrastructure necessary to serve the entire Clean Water Enterprise Fund for the long-term future. So that's a total of 24 EV chargers, 20 level 2 and 4 DC fast chargers, and those could potentially be able to help other departments with this one being implemented soon. So in addition, and everybody appreciates this, the benefits of covered parking, but we are doing quite a bit of parking lot redesign, adding additional parking stalls that are paved with curbing, and that's where the chargers will be located for the level 2s, the light duty trucks, and so on and so forth. So just a few other renderings here for you. As far as if you're familiar with the site, the canal there is to, I believe that's the south, and quite a bit of clearance given the amount of heavy machinery that the water department utilizes at this facility or stores at it. So we went through a very in-depth design process with the water department team and their engineers and our engineering team as well. Project financials. So we have split this into 2 categories, and the impetus for that is there have been an ever evolving amount of grants and incentives that become available and then go away for a variety of reasons, whether that's from the federal government or the state or even CARB themselves. And so we've done our best to try to continue to track on staying ahead as best we can to capture as many incentives as possible. So as Daniel alluded to earlier, the total turnkey project cost for the project is about $9.2 million. We do expect to move forward and still be able to obtain the full ITC for the battery energy storage system, which has been safe harbored, and then the solar PV modules, which we will need to achieve PTO by December 31st, 2027 to obtain that full amount, but we do have a confidence in our plan to be able to achieve that. So the net capital cost to the water department is about $5.5 million, $414,000 a year in net annual utility, fuel, and operations and maintenance savings for the project. So about a 13-year payback right now. There's the potential to improve that with a few other grants that we're tracking on that we could apply for in the construction process. But what we know today the economics look very good. The ROI on this project is about 91%. So the total project savings over the duration of the weighted life of the battery and the solar modules, the 25-year duration, is about $17.6 million in savings, with a net project benefit of about $8.4 million. So if many of those grants and incentives do not come to fruition that aren't already in hand, this is, and I don't necessarily like using worst case scenario, but this is based on what we already have in hand. You know, if nothing else happens, this would be the worst case scenario. So not many other variables change. We just don't have near as many grants and incentives. So you see that went down to about 1.68 million in primarily the ITC for the solar PV. And so that reduces the net capital cost for the water department and reduces the net program benefit by about $2 million, from $8.4 million to approximately $6.4 million. So as far as the overall benefit for this project, again, when you combine solar, battery, and this entire enterprise's funds fleet transitioning over the next decade plus, the benefits from this project for the solar PV is about 406 metric tons of CO2 removed from the atmosphere. EV is 425, for a total of 831 metric tons of CO2e for this location, which is a pretty significant number when you think about some of the other projects you've looked at in the past. So with that ends my presentation. Brevity's not always been my strongest suit, but I did all right, didn't I?
Thank you, Mr. Strom. Mr. Clegg, do you have any further comments before we go to the public?
Thank you, Mayor. No.
Thank you. So at this time, public hearing item 8A is open. Madam Clerk, how many people would like to speak in opposition to staff's recommendation by phone or in person?
Mayor Goh, there is one person that has registered to speak in opposition. That is an in-person speaker, and we have not received any registrations over the phone.
Thank you. Would you please call the first speaker?
The speaker is Terry Maxwell.
Welcome.
So I got 10 minutes. Is that right? No. Terry Maxwell. Yeah, I got some concerns about this. I appreciate them giving you the worst case scenario, but I'm not sure that they really covered everything. You do know that the solar panels have a deficiency. They don't work as well year in and year out. They lose about 2% of their efficiency. So I don't know if that is actually, excuse me, that is part of what you're looking at. You had 3 items tonight that you looked at: 6F14, 6F15, and 6F16. These are all change orders. These are all projects that have been ongoing, and all of them have had change orders that have increased the cost of each one of those substantially. For the first one, the original cost was supposed to be $18 million. It ended up being over 26, and it's still going. That's a 43% increase over the expected cost. The second one, the expected cost was 17.7 million, and it's now cost us 43.2 million. That's a 143% increase over the cost that was expected. And the most recent one is the, excuse me, I'm really sorry. The last one is the reconstruction, the remodeling that's going on in this building. Originally was supposed to be, thank you very much, appreciate it. It was originally supposed to be 800,000, and that one has also been increased by 10.8%. When you are considering this, and you consider on a long-term basis how much you're going to make in return, I think you know don't make the mistake all governments do, which is they always depend on the best case scenario. And then when the worst case scenario happens, they're not prepared for the kind of expenses that go along with it. So I have a concern there. I think it's important that you do look at all aspects of that. There's and I can't remember the name of the company, as you get off at 7th Standard Road and you take a left. The company that you first see on the right-hand side used to have all these big, beautiful solar panels on it. And in the last couple of months, they've removed all of them. And I have to wonder why. I thought these worked so efficiently. I think the other thing is, when you're looking at a 25-year payback on this, there's going to be a lot of things that happen in 25 years. And just like some of the other things that have happened, if you know anything about solar paneling and some of the initial projects that were put together, the one that was over on the way to Las Vegas didn't work out, killed a lot of birds, and was not efficient enough. And I just wonder how many of those projects, as we go forward, are going to continue to remove the electric gridding that is so popular today, but may not be popular tomorrow. You're really setting yourself up for really no wiggle room if you're going to sign a contract for, I don't know, can we really afford $9.2 million at this point, and get a payback in at best, 13 years, and at worst, 18 years, and that's on a best case scenario, with nothing else happening. You have to assume that this is not a single item that is going to stay the same over that period of time. And I would ask you to look at some of the other things that are happening in this particular field to make sure that we're making a good decision here. I think that's, I'm not that opposed to something like this as long as it's been looked at up, down, and every consideration. Most importantly, can we afford this? Should we invest in something that is going to take that amount of time before we, quote, see our money out of it? I don't know, but I think this council should take that very, very seriously before considering actually going forward on this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else? I think you said just one speaker.
Marigo, that was the only speaker registered in opposition for this item.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to those who wish to speak in favor of staff's recommendation, starting with the Assistant Water Director, Danielle Maldonado, and will then consultant Scott Strom, who are here in person if they still wish to speak. Mr. Maldonado? Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Right, so at this point...
Marigo,
Yes.
just for the record, there have been no registered speakers on the phone or in person to speak in favor of this item.
Thank you. Just about to ask you that question. Thank you. And so now, seeing none, we will close the public hearing and return it to council for comment and action. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
What fund is going to pay for this?
This will come out of the Water Enterprise Fund.
So is that the Prop 218 that we just sent out asking and begging our constituents for an increase?
I'll let Mr. Maldonado clarify. We have two different funds that support that location, but principally it's the water department, not the wastewater department. Mr. Maldonado, can you clarify?
Yes, thank you, council member. This fund is actually the municipal drinking water fund. It's a separate enterprise fund, separate from the wastewater sewer fund, as well as we have an additional fund of river and agricultural. Yes, so it's a separate fund that's going to be using these dollars.
But we just raised city water rates up last year, right? For Cal, okay. And we did that telling people that we were putting PFAS filters in the water because it was a state mandate. And then we raised Prop 218 for sewage because I feel like a schmuck, to be honest, because when rates were raised, rates were raised for my water, I wasn't told that this was going to be, it looks cool, I get it, but if you tell me you're broke and you need money because you're bleeding to death, but then you turn around and you go to, Camelot Park to ride go-karts, something is wrong there. And I see this as a decent project, but I don't understand how we can justify projects like this when we're telling people we need money for basic resources in our community, and if we don't tax you more, we are going to cease to be able to provide these awesome resources. Again, I think it looks okay, but we just got done telling people we didn't have money for basic things. I don't understand how we could waste money on this. And the change orders, oh my gosh, for sure this is going to cost more than $9 million. I mean, this will be a moment we look back on when we pull the tapes and say, how much did the project actually end up costing us when we were telling people we needed more money for PFAS filters and sewage treatment facilities in our town? While they're struggling and they're trying to just make ends meet. We have all these conversations, and I told all of my constituents when we raised our water rates and our sewage rates that we're going to be good stewards of our money. I hear we're going to save some money, but in 2 years of being up here, I don't see it. So I have no further.
Thank you,
comments.
Councilmember Beshirtosh. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Bashir-Tash, for clarifying that, because that was one of my questions too. Where's this money coming from? In general, I support this, the idea of this, but, before we approved $9.2 million, I really wanted to focus on the worst case scenario, and I want to thank Terry Maxwell for coming and talking tonight and reminding us that hopefully we won't kill any birds with our solar panels here. But no, he raises some interesting points, some good points, and they were some of the same points that I had on this when I reviewed this, because a large portion of this is subject to incentive funding from. Oh, you moved. I'm sorry. Yeah, you sat down. I was like, where are you at? Okay. And maybe I shouldn't talk to you directly, just talk to the staff in general. But what exactly is guaranteed in the project in terms of project energy savings? I'm not real clear on how much we're paying now, and then how much are I get maybe it's just a big number, but if it was my house, I'd be looking at what's my PG&E bill now and what's it going to be after I'm done. And I really haven't seen that. What I heard him say was that we're going to get about a 40% reduction in our expenses. And although sizable, I'm a little concerned that. We'll answer that question first.
Mr. Maldonado.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I believe I got your question, Councilmember. For this specific site, I talk more dollars. For the amount of infrastructure located at this facility, the electrical costs are on average $700,000 to $800,000 annually that we're paying just to operate this facility, and that's current actual numbers. And so when you're looking at the annual maintenance or the utility savings, we're anticipating saving about $400,000 that will then be able to be allocated to other expenses in the enterprise fund.
So there's some grants, and there's the contract is a little vague on this issue because it talks about Willdan will try to get certain other grants and those kind of things on our behalf. But there's really no guarantee of any of that. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's why we provided you the best and worst case scenario. The worst case scenario factors in what has already been secured. That will be an incentive that will be able to be applied to this project. That best case is really the additional money for the solar PV. If we build, construct, and energize by the end of next year, that money will then be able to come back to the enterprise fund. And so that's really the only major dollar that's still pending. The other worst case scenario has already been secured.
So is that a build it and hope they'll pay you thing?
The construction
okay.
schedule that we've been provided, will be able to meet that deadline.
So, okay, so what is the real maximum cost for this? Because we started at $9.2 million, but, you know, as Councilmember Bashir Tash pointed out, and so did Mr. Maxwell, we always seem to have change orders. And then there's some other considerations, you know, soil conditions, you know, equipment shortages, those kind of things. So has there been any speculation of what the true maximum cost might be on this?
Yes, council member. So with this worst case scenario, in this turnkey project cost, there's also a contingency that we estimated to be in case there are soil conditions or anything else that comes up. So that's factored in into the 9.2 million. So in the event that there isn't, it would be less, but we are factoring some additional dollars for those contingencies should they arise.
The $9.2 million, how much of that's contingency?
$666,000.
And then I'm not clear, it wasn't clear to me reading the contract that who's going to oversee this project? I mean, who's going to, what independent verification are we going to get that the construction is complete, all the construction management portion is done? Is there a third party that's going to be doing that? How much are we going to pay them?
Wildan will be the one overseeing this project, and there are construction management duties that they will be providing to.
But nobody overseeing Wildan.
City engineering staff will be overseeing and working hand in hand.
And then my last question is about the long-term cost. Well, that's not my last question. It's close to my last question, I swear. The long-term cost, these batteries, battery replacement, inverters, you know, that wear out, maintenance cost. Has there been any estimation of what the total project cost is going to be? And the reason I ask you that is that if you go to worst case scenario and you have an 18-year payback on it, you're pretty much at the end of the life of these things. So you're going to have to replace them all at that point. So can you talk a little bit about that? About the long-term cost?
I think I'll defer to Scott Schramm to assist me with this one.
Thank you for the question, Councilman. So I did want to address one thing that hasn't been said yet. This is a GMAX contract, and so it is a not to exceed. There are not change orders per our design documents that we've provided the city, as well as all the specifications and anything else. So therein lies why we have $660,000 in contingency and allowances, because we have done nearly 9 to 10 months of design and pre-construction planning for this project, because we are guaranteeing that GMAX contract be delivered at that 9.2 or less. So I want to make that very clear. There won't be change orders on this project unless asked for by the city, which often does happen through a construction process. But if we missed anything in the design, it's our responsibility to cover that through the 4217 and ESCO delivery models. So I apologize. Saying all that, I forgot your question. Yeah, so in the full investment grade audit report, which was provided to you, there are some cash flows in there. To the gentleman speaker earlier, we have taken into account the degradation of the panels over their life expectancy, which is typically 25 years. I mean, we see them get well beyond 30, but we utilize the 25-year life for those. The battery does have an extended warranty, and it will be warranted through year 20 and then every year thereafter. And that is all built into the cost of this contract as well. So as far as, and again, what was the second piece? I apologize to your question.
Well, we're talking about
Yeah, correct. That's all built into that cash flow. If you wanted to look at that in the investment grade audit, we have for the EV as well as for the solar and battery. It's all built into that 25-year model. So you can see the increasing O&M costs to maintain the systems, and then to get full life expectancy, and then other as you mentioned, inverters and other costs are built into ongoing costs over that 25-year term, and then the savings, and then the benefit of utility escalation to capture as PG&E raises your rates. It hedges you to make more savings in the future that we don't guarantee, because that's gravy for the city. So there is a table that outlines all that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to let other council members ask questions. I would like to make a motion at some point.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation, the questions. I just want to reiterate a point. I, too, am concerned about the ratepayers and making sure that we keep rates low, both water rates, sewer rates, all the other rates. And also, we have a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility, on behalf of our constituents and the taxpayers to do our due diligence and make sure that we're keeping costs low and making sure that we're making responsible investments and expenditures, and not things that are just fun to look at or cool to have. And so I appreciate this presentation, and I want to point us to the number one goal of this project, which I think is the most worthwhile, and that is fiscal responsibility. We spend in this department, if I'm correct, if I heard correctly, $700,000 to $800,000
Just for this site.
Just for this
in
site.
This department,
in,
it's
in
quite a bit more.
electrical. And there is no guarantee that, in fact, we should not expect for electrical utilities to decrease or to remain the same. In fact, there has been evidence that over the last 5 years, we've seen an average increase in our electrical payment, an increase of about 10.2% annually. 10.2%. So we have to ask ourselves a question: what is the cost of doing nothing? We will see an increase in these utility expenses, another 10% in next year, the year after that, and the year after that. So help me understand. And I want to turn to the worst case scenario, because I think it's fair for us to make assumptions that we won't receive any type of additional incentives or supports for this program. Help me understand, what is the financial benefit for the city of Bakersfield in year 1, year 2, and then year 13 moving on forward? What is that financial benefit? Because from my constituents and a lot of folks that I love and care about, they've installed solar on their homes, and it's for one reason: save money. Seems like that should be the same reason for the city. But help me understand, in case I'm missing something, because I thought that was the number one.
It
number one goal
absolutely
here.
is. And first and foremost, because the water department will be paying capital that they set aside in their capital budget to pay for this, that means immediately in year 1, when savings are achieved, that $414,000, that's utility and O&M savings from all of the electrical consumption on the site, as well as the O&M on the EV vehicles that will begin transitioning. So after year 1, that $414,000 isn't going to offset a bond or a lease or any payment. That is immediately reallocated within the water department. So as you have this 5-year rate increase for the domestic water fund, we are going to help you within that 5 years save $2.5 million that you won't have to raise taxes the next time that there is a rate increase. And so we want to continue to hedge you in reducing your tax burden on all of these enterprises in the future. In addition, to your point, and that was very astute, Councilman Gonzalez, we are saving units, and we are measuring those and guaranteeing those through the International Performance Measurement and Verification Protocol. It is an independent, worldwide way to measure the savings through the units and we guarantee those units to you. So as PG&E's rates rise, we're still saving units. That increase in dollars is now creating even more savings than if, like you said, you do nothing. It's further exacerbating your water department's enterprise fund budget, thus you have to raise taxes in the future.
So in fact, those savings that we can realize, we can actually put into our reserve fund for future capital projects. In future council in the next 5 to 10 years will have to consider a rate plan for any type of capital improvements. This may in fact help save the ratepayer in future years.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mr. Clegg, did you?
I was just going to reiterate what it could go, to defraying operating costs. It could go to capital costs. But bottom line, the point that I would make is, I believe this is good stewardship of the rate increases that we approved to make sure we're saving our ratepayers' dollars.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a motion that we approve this.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate answering the questions that were asked. The degradation has been taken into
Absolutely.
account.
That's in that cash flow if you look in the investment grade audit.
And the 9.2 million is
GMAX,
fixed.
GMP. That's right. The only way that
Not to
changes
exceed.
is if the city tells us to add scope.
Right. And so $400,000 a year savings, again, can go directly to the customers or back in the reserve fund or whatever we want to do. Yeah, I don't know how we can not move forward. Doing nothing, rates begin to rise, and doing something helps save constituents. And I've made the referral at the water department that we look, I mean, this is just one facility. We have many wells that we could, energy cost is a big cost for the water department, and we need to look at all of them, I think. So I'm definitely in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions as well, in addition to my council colleagues. Are we able to, actually, I have the PowerPoint here. You shared that there's a commercial fleet purchase. Is that particular to the water department itself?
Relative to the EV components of the project.
Transition.
So the scope of work included for the EV in this project is exclusively for the infrastructure. So there's really kind of two phases. The first phase is the city has been working with PG&E through their EV fleet program, which has requirements related to energizing a certain number of chargers between now and the end of 2029. The fleet department's been working on that for the better part of 5 years now. We stepped in and helped not only expedite that design and obtaining the incentives from PG&E, but kind of continuing to build out a master plan for the other locations, again, in compliance with the CARB Advanced Clean Fleet requirements, which again is challenging for all public entities, but having a plan has, I think, been pretty powerful for fleet to be able to begin to plan their vehicle purchases, which I think is what you were alluding to. The vehicle purchases are not part of this project.
Thank you.
We have helped fleet with identifying for different incentives and grants in the state. So.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
And just for my own knowledge, since you're a subject matter expert, my understanding is that even in the worst case scenario, there's the federal ITC and EV incentives, and we have certain dollar amounts listed here. And Daniel, you had shared that there's some that we've already kind of locked in. There's some that are pending. My understanding is that with the federal bill, the one big beautiful bill, there are certain construction restriction dates. Like, Does this project also fall under that there must have been in construction by July 4th of 2026? Was this project subjected to those same deadlines?
It was. So to give you a little history on that, and am I the one that should do that? I'm glad to. So back in December 2025, there were certain requirements on foreign entities of concern to be able to safe harbor the battery for this project at that time. We have not just a design, but really a turnkey planning contract in place with the city. And so an amendment was brought to you that was approved to safe harbor the battery back in December 25. So we met the FEOC requirements and the safe harbor requirements for the battery. We brought, when we didn't think we'd be able to get to this public hearing in time, working with the CAO on our base contract with the city for construction and getting that approved, we weren't able to bring the entire project to you in a timely manner. And so, again, we approached with a safe harbor amendment for the solar PV. I understand that there was a little confusion around that, and that got pulled and not moved forward with. So our only option now is to be able to get full PTO by December 31st, 2027, to also obtain.
Excuse me, Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Go, honorable council members, I apologize for the interruption. Matt Collum, Deputy City Attorney assigned to the Water Department. Just to kind of flesh out what Scott was saying here about the amendments, right? You're correct. Our work with Wildan has really gone on with two contracts, one which is currently in effect and the one that you are considering tonight. Now, that first contract, this is the one that goes to your point, Vice Mayor. That was contract agreement number 2025-164. Now, as Scott said, we entered into that contract in August 27, 2025, and that was where Wildan really began its industrial grade audit of, city facilities, but the water department building in particular. And you're also right, Vice Mayor, that July 4th of that same year, before this contract was entered into, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act was signed into law, made a lot of changes to a lot of things, of course, these incentives. Now, the BESS, the Battery Energy Storage System, which is a Tesla battery, created by an American company, a company that's headquartered in Texas, I believe, at this point, but their main manufacturing facility for this particular BESS is in Shanghai at their Gigafactory or Megafactory. Not quite sure which one Elon's calling it these days. There were some concerns based on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that having that battery produced in Shanghai would jeopardize our incentives, okay? So what we decided to do with this amendment that was passed in November was to purchase that battery, but to also preserve the council's ability to say no to the energy savings performance contract. We knew that when we were doing this contract with the IGA, investment grade audit, that before we moved forward into this energy performance savings contract, if it made sense to do so, we had to preserve this body's ability to make that decision and have this public hearing that you're at today. So I just want to make it very clear that when we did purchase that battery, we preserved the council's ability to say no to moving forward, and we also made sure that that battery could be used for other uses, not just for this project. If the council decides that this is not something that you'd like to move forward on, that battery, to my understanding, can be used with other facilities, other solar arrays that the city has, or for another project yet to be created. But once we purchase that battery and pay it, it is ours. It does not belong to Wildan. It belongs to the city of Bakersfield. I just want to make it very clear that that battery did not force your hand. We made sure that that did not happen. So if you decide, whatever you decide, that battery is yours. And it can go to this new facility if you would like to do that, but it could also be directed towards a different place here in the city, again, to help build more reliable infrastructure and to help reduce the rates of your constituents. And that's all I really wanted to say, just to clear that up. When it comes to any of the ITC credits, Scott really is going to be your guy on that. I'm still, I know quite a bit about it, but I'm still getting up to speed on it as well, and it is a changing space right now in the federal government. Mm-hmm. But from what I do understand, we have locked in significant savings here. And again, I don't, let me step back. As your attorney here, I don't want to advocate for this project. That's for others to do.
Thank you,
That's all.
Thank you. To follow up, thank you so much for the clarifying information. That's incredibly helpful. Could I ask you a follow-up question, Scott? Yeah. So my concern really is, in order for us to get to a best case scenario, we would need to know that we are eligible for those credits, correct? So my understanding is that Bill is very specific, and if the project is not in construction by July 4th, is that incorrect?
That was the safe harbor path.
Okay.
The other path is to get permission to operate with PG&E and have it fully up and running by December 31st, 27. So we have approximately 16 months to be able to achieve that.
For the PG&E incentives, rather than the
No,
federal?
that is PG&E is the utility, and part of being able to obtain the ITC from the federal government, we have to have it energized. And so PG&E has to sign off on it.
Before
and then
December 31st.
Correct. And we have submitted applications, and so
Yeah.
both the solar and the battery have been submitted.
Right.
We just didn't meet the first threshold that you're
construction.
aware of.
Okay.
So that was the safe harbor on July 3rd of
Okay.
this year. Yeah.
Thank you. Understood. With the construction of the improvements that are being done, as Councilmember Coleman was asking, so you're overseeing them as Wilden. Are those construction firms that you would hire then?
So
to
we've already
fulfill this
conducted
project?
a competitive bid process.
Okay.
We are the engineer and the construction manager. We're the prime contractor for the construction, delivering this project turnkey for the city.
Okay. Are
and
those
so
firms local to Bakersfield or Kern
We
County?
did. We
Okay,
conducted
great.
a very highly attended competitive bid process with, I believe, over 7 trades, 7 electrical contractors. There is specialization in the solar and battery space,
Mm-hmm.
so there were firms from outside of Bakersfield, but
Will
numerous
we have local firms working on this project?
Yes.
Okay, great. You mentioned microgrid. Can you expand on that? It was just something you mentioned, but
Yeah.
I'm particularly interested in expanding our microgrids here in the city because South Bakersfield experiences power cuts when the summers roll around, and in making sure that we have enough capacity to source the energy that is either being created. Can you expand a little bit on?
Sure. The generators at the Thousand Buena Vista site are reaching the end of life. They are in the water department's CIP, and so at that time, or with them being that close to end of life and already in the 5-year CIP to be replaced, it made sense for us to explore replacing the generators, tying those into the battery through a microgrid to have a significant amount of resiliency for the location. 4 hours from the battery, and then the generators as well.
Can we just stop for a minute? We had a council member who had to step out, so we just need to wait until he returns to continue this. So just so you have an idea of where we are, after this is the last request from council to speak, there will be a vote, and then we'll take a 10-minute break, come back for the second public hearing. Following that, youth commissioners, that's when your presentation will occur. Then we'll continue with other items. For the public, just so you know what's going on, for public hearings, all council members need to be able to hear the presentations. So we'll just wait until we get some answers. So, Youth Commissioners, we'll be expecting a 25-page report from each of you on everything tonight. Thank you so much for your service thus far. Did that wake you up? And then come back for the vote. Okay. So at this point, Madam City Attorney, just want to make sure this is okay. If we take a 10-minute break right now and then come back for the vote? Yes. So let's do that right now, and then we'll come back for the vote. Thank you. Right, let's gather so that we can continue the meeting, please. And staff in the back, would you close the doors, please? Okay, so you were. Okay, reconvening at 7:57, and Vice Mayor has indicated that she has finished. I don't see any other requests to speak. So you have another, I don't know whether it's allowed. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you. I have some concerns with this project. I don't think that the return on investment or the payback period, I think it's very expensive for the payback period. Yeah, best case, 14 years. Worst case, 18 years on equipment that's at a 20-year lifespan. So I just think that we were spending way too much money on this. So I'm going to make a motion to not approve this item. I don't know how to say that any better than that. So
Yeah, that's it. So just so you all know, we have two motions on the floor, and the second motion goes first. So we'll be voting on Councilmember Coleman's motion not to approve the item. You have a motion. Please cast your votes. Yes means no. Yes, so right now you are voting on Councilmember Coleman's motion not to approve. So if you agree that you do not want to approve this, then you would press yes. Oh, all right, so can you just do a roll call vote, please? And technology staff?
Vice Mayor Core?
No.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Weir's vote has already been registered as a yes.
Yes, meaning you're not approving.
Councilmember Coleman?
yes.
And Councilmember Bashir-Tosh?
Yes.
Motion is approved with Council members Core, Gonzalez, and Smith voting no.
So, Commissioners, what that means is that a yes vote, what has passed, means it's not approving the recommendation. Thank you. And now, next item, please, Madam Clerk, would you please read the next public hearing item? And that was a very awkward way for me to say that, but I think you get it. You're all really smart.
Public hearing item 8B, public appeal hearing of Planning Commission's approval of vesting tentative tract map number 7500 phased. McIntosh and Associates, representing Franmar Company and Loyola Properties, is proposing to subdivide 39.92 acres into 208 single-family residential lots, 1 subplot and 4 landscape lots in the R1 zone located at the northeast corner of Old River Road and McCutcheon Road. Consideration of a resolution adopting the mitigated negative declaration pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and approving vesting tract map number 7500. Lizzo Drury LLP submitted an appeal to the Planning Commission's approval of the request in Ward 5. Staff recommends denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve vesting tentative tract map number 7500 and its proposed mitigated negative declaration.
Thank you. And please note that we have a court reporter present who will be transcribing the hearing item. So it's important that everyone speaks slowly and clearly so that we can have an accurate record.
Mayor Go, if I may also announce that a staff memorandum was provided regarding this item, transmitting the applicant's response and one additional letter from an area resident.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg.
Mayor and Council, I'll turn the time over to Phil Burns to provide a presentation.
Mr. Burns.
Honorable Mayor, council members, what we have in front of us today is a appeal hearing for tentative track map 7500. This is located at the northeast corner of Old River and McCutcheon Road in Ward 5. The property is currently zoned R1 single family dwelling. The current land use designation is low density residential, which is consistent land use and zoning for the proposed project. And here is the map itself, which consists of 39.92 acres, 208 single family residences. This was approved by Planning Commission with no speakers in favor or in opposition back on August 21st, 2025. Then appealed by LaSalle Drury, which is representing SAFER, Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility. Appeal hearings was scheduled for October 22nd, which was continued staff's request to review additional correspondence submitted by the appellant regarding the project. Staff received and reviewed responses to the October letter. Staff also received the response to SAFER's July 28, 26 appeal letter today. City Council members may refer to the blue memo submitted to you guys today regarding the applicant's responses to those letters recently received. With that, it's staff's recommendation to consider the whole record and deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve vesting tentative map 7500.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Anything further, Mr. Clegg?
Thank you, Mayor. No.
Thank you. So at this time, public hearing item 8B is open. Before we begin, Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have who wish to speak either by phone or in person?
Mayor Go, in opposition, we have one speaker by phone and no speakers in person.
Thank you. So would you, since this item involves an appeal, we'll first start with comments from the appellant, who will speak in opposition to staff's recommendation. The appellant, SAFER, who is represented by attorney Victoria Yunt, is appearing over the phone. So we'll start with those on the phone first, Madam Clerk. Ms. Yunt, you have 10 minutes to speak. However, keep in mind that there may be others on the phone who wish to speak in opposition. Ms. Yunt, this is your opportunity to speak.
I would like to start by thanking you so much for fixing the technical difficulties at the beginning of the meeting. I really appreciate it, especially you, Madam Clerk, who reached out to me on email. So again, thank you very much. I, again, really appreciate it. As I already mentioned, my name is Victoria Yum, the environmental law firm LaSalle Drury. I'm speaking on behalf of the appellate Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. We submitted supplemental written comments to the council on July 28th. SAFER respectfully requests that the City Council approve the appeal and deny approval of the M&D. Under CEQA, when there is substantial evidence that changed circumstances or new information may result in new or more severe environmental impacts than previously analyzed, subsequent environmental review is required. Because this project relies on a M&D that is nearly 20 years old, the applicable standard is the fair argument standard. If there is substantial evidence supporting a fair argument that the project may result in a new significant impact, the city must prepare a subsequent M&D or an EIR. That standard is easily met here. First, the most significant change circumstance is the expiration of the Metropolitan Bakersfield Habitat Conservation Plan, or the Metropolitan Bakersfield HCP. The 2007 M&D concluded that biological impacts would be less than significant because those impacts would be mitigated through the HCP. but the Habitat Conservation Plan expired in January 2023. There is no replacement conservation plan and no replacement permitting program. Therefore, the primary mitigation measure relied upon in the 2000 M&D no longer exists. Our wildlife expert, Dr. Sean Smallwood, explains that without the Metropolitan Bakersfield HCP, the project may result in significant impacts to special status species, including habitat loss, wildlife movement impacts, road mortality, and cumulative impacts. Those impacts were never analyzed because the city assumed the HCP would mitigate them. The city also has not conducted updated biological surveys. Instead, it concludes there are no significant impacts without current evidence. That is not substantial evidence under CEQA. Dr. Smallwood also identified another major change in circumstance. Since 2007, more than 100 special status wildlife species have been identified near the project site, including 41 species that received protected status after the 2000 M&D was adopted. Those species were never analyzed in the original environmental document. Their presence alone constitutes substantial evidence that new biological impacts may occur. Second, there have been substantial changes related to air quality and public health. The project itself has grown from 170 homes analyzed in 2007 to 208 homes today. More importantly, the surrounding community has changed dramatically. A high school and residential neighborhoods now sit immediately adjacent to the project site. Those sensitive receptors did not exist when the 2007 M&D was prepared. Our air quality expert, Baseline Environmental Consulting, prepared a health risk analysis using EPA-approved modeling. That analysis found that diesel particulate matter generated during construction could expose nearby residents to an estimated cancer risk of approximately 164 in 1 million, which is more than 8 times the San Joaquin Valley Air District's significant threshold of 20 in 1 million. The city staff report contains no updated air quality modeling, no health risk assessment, and no analysis addressing these new sensitive receptors. Instead, it concludes there are no new impacts. That conclusion is unsupported by substantial evidence. Third, the project raises significant greenhouse gas issues that were never analyzed in 2007. The original M&D essentially stated that greenhouse gas impacts could not be evaluated because there was no scientific consensus or regulatory framework at the time. That is no longer the issue or true. California has since adopted statewide carbon neutrality goals, AB 1279 and the 2022 CARB scoping plan, which provides clear guidance for evaluating residential development. Our expert found that this project conflicts with many of those state climate objectives. It is not transit supportive, does not provide affordable housing consistent with the scoping plan guidance, does not commit to all electric construction, and does not include the transportation features intended to reduce GHG emissions. These represent changed circumstances and new information that requires environmental review. Finally, the city continues to rely on environmental analysis prepared almost 20 years ago, despite extensive development throughout Bakersfield during that time. Urbanization has substantially increased cumulative impacts to wildlife, air quality, and public health. CEQA requires that those cumulative impacts be analyzed based on current conditions, not conditions that existed in 2007. At its core, this appeal is not about stopping development. It is about ensuring that the city complies with CEQA before approving this project. The evidence before you, including expert opinions from a wildlife biologist and an air quality expert, demonstrate numerous changed circumstances and significant new information since the 2007 M&D was adopted. Under CEQA's fair argument standard, that is enough to require additional environmental review. For these reasons, SAFER respectfully requests that the City Council grant the appeal, set aside the approval relying on the 2007 M&D, and require preparation of a project-specific EIR before this project is approved. Thank you so much for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Yent. Madam Clerk, are there any others who wish to speak in opposition?
Mayor Go, that is the only registered speaker in opposition.
Thank you. And so now we'll move to those who wish to speak in favor of staff's recommendation, starting with the applicant for the project. And since the applicant, Blaine Neptune, on behalf of McIntosh and Associates, and attorney Sabrina Teller are here in person, we'll start with them. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Blaine Neptune, and I'm with McIntosh and Associates, and I represent the applicant. This evening, I would just like to focus on the land use issue. From a planning perspective, this project is very straightforward. Nearly 20 years ago, the city determined that this property should become part of the Bakersfield's urban growth area. The property was redesignated as low-density residential and rezoned to R1 single-family residential. Today, the request is simple, is to take the next step in implementing those decisions that went through the vesting tentative tract map. Given the surrounding uses, the agriculture is no longer well suited for long-term production. Farming adjacent to the home and schools creates an increased operational conflict, including dust, pesticides, application, noise, and equipment operations. Those kind of land uses conflict with the property adjacent to it. Tonight's decision is whether the residentially designated and residentially zoned property should be allowed and proceed with the subdivision necessary to build homes that have already been planned for. This council is not being asked to decide whether this property should become residential. That decision was made years ago. Tonight, we are simply asking to allow residentially designated and residentially zoned property to move forward exactly as the city's long-range plan envisioned. We respectfully request the city to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Blaine. Ms. Teller.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Sabrina Teller with the law firm Remy Moose Manley on behalf of the applicant tonight. And I'm responding specifically to SAFER's legal points made regarding CEQA compliance. As explained by Mr. Neptune, I want to emphasize that this parcel has been designated for precisely this type and intensity of development for nearly 20 years. There are no new significant changes to the project or changes in surrounding circumstances that would result in new or more significant adverse environmental impacts. Now, you may already be familiar with the tactics of this particular appellant, but in case you're not, their actions and arguments are very familiar to me as I represent applicants all over the state, because they do this all over the state. They delay much-needed housing production with last-minute, voluminous, and apparently technical arguments in an attempt to spook decision makers into requiring duplicative or unnecessary environmental review to gain tactical leverage over development to extract financial settlements and other extractions. I want to clarify some points, though, in response to Mrs. Young's comments tonight. When you closely examine their arguments, as we've done in our response that we submitted this morning, it becomes apparent that what they've submitted is not actually substantial evidence as defined in CEQA. And CEQA defines that as facts, reasonable assumptions based on facts, and expert opinion supported by facts. But as our response explains, they are relying on generalized studies and speculation and irrelevant information contrary to what you're required to consider, which is actual information about this parcel and this proposed development. It is a false statement to say that there have been no updated studies. As we explained in our letter, and as has been in the record for a while, there were updated surveys of the site in 24 and 25, detected no special status species on the site, and therefore, no mitigation is required. However, the applicant is willing to agree, if it is the will of the council, to add to the conditions of approval that are proposed that would incorporate sort of best practices of surveying the site pre-construction just to confirm those findings of the surveys in 24 and 25. In case any critters wander onto the site, they would be dealt with according to standard conditions of avoidance, detection, and following state and federal agency protocols for handling those species and avoiding them appropriately. The conclusions of the original MND for the rezoning in 2008 remain valid and relevant. They are supported by up-to-date technical studies, which we've referenced in our letter, and supported by actual surveys of the site, contrary to SAFER's generalized studies and conjecture. It is squarely within this council's discretion to find that the appellant's arguments and evidence are not credible, and we urge you to do so here. We urge you to move staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Teller. Madam City Clerk, just to confirm that we have no other speakers in favor.
You are correct, Mayor.
Thank you. And so now we move to the rebuttal portion. If there's anyone who would like to provide rebuttal statements, Appellant Safer, who is represented by Ms. Yunt, would you like to provide a rebuttal? Seeing no response, we will now move on. So seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, return it to council for comment and action. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
I would like to make a motion denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve the vested of tentative track map number 7500 as it is proposed with the M&D, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Coleman. Thank you. So seeing no other request to speak, you have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is unanimously approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Reports item 9A, Bakersfield Youth Commission Annual Project.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our local government management fellows will introduce this topic and introduce our commissioners.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Yari Nunez, and I am a Management Assistant / Fellow in the City Manager's Office. I also have the honor of serving as the staff lead for the Bakersfield Youth Commission. The commissioners are seated behind me right now, but they will introduce themselves as they come up for their respective slide.
And my name is Alex Hinojosa, also local government management fellow. Yadi was sort of the point person on this, and I assisted her, and so this is a termed position, and as her term quickly comes to a close, unfortunately, I will likely serve that role for next year's Youth Commission. That'll be a great privilege, but I also wanted to shout out staff members in the audience right now, Ashley Sombrano with the CAO, Alexa Tillett, who was here earlier helping with clerk's office, who is not here, and Adam Torres in the back, who's been a great help this whole time. And if I forgot to mention anyone, but I just wanted to shout them out. And also just a testament to all of your choices and participants and people that represented you in your wards and youth in your wards. The youth commissioners behind me not only were just troopers and stewards the entire way through, but also have waited here all day to share with you. So I just wanted to shout them out as well and their families. Very grateful that they are here to join us. So,
before they come up for their presentation, I just wanted to provide council members and the audience with a bit of background about the Youth Commission and why it is that they do an annual project every year. So every year the Youth Commission identifies a key project, a key issue that youth are facing that year. Previous examples of annual projects that the Youth Commission have done in the past include a video campaign on anti-smoking and vaping, preparing backpacks for back to school for our unhoused youth and youth who may be falling on hard times. And this year, our youth really wanted to focus and address literacy rates across Kern County. They also wanted to increase free resources for literacy and inspire future generations and their families to read and build a love of reading. With that being said, I'll welcome our first commissioner, who is the mayor appointee. Ms. Michael will present on her little library, and our following commissioners will come up as they are called. Thank you.
Welcome. Hi, thank you so much for having me. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Claire Michael. I am one of the mayor appointees of the Bakersfield Youth Commission, and I'm really excited to share a little libraries project with you tonight. For my little library, I chose to place it at Calm Zoo. Calm Zoo is a place that is personally very meaningful to me because I volunteer there, and I wanted to give something back to a place that has given me and so many others so many great experiences and memories. I also had the opportunity to work with Alex Gallardo of the Arts Council of Kern while decorating the library. His help and creativity allowed us to take a simple wooden box and turn it into something colorful, welcoming, and unique to our community. Overall, we hope that these little libraries become more than just places to find books. We hope that they encourage curiosity, imagination, and a love of reading throughout Bakersfield. Even something as small as giving a child access to a book can make a lasting impact, and we're all really grateful that we had the opportunity to be a part of that. Thank you so much for allowing us to bring this project to the Bakersfield community. We hope you enjoyed these little libraries as much as we enjoyed creating them. And now we will hear from the Ward 1 Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Michael. Before we hear from Ward 1, Alex, would you rotate the library so the council can see the front also? This is an example of the shape of all of them, and so we'll just make sure that council can actually see this. You might go further that way. Okay, there, and then you can walk it that way. Hopefully it's not too heavy.
It's quite heavy.
Is it really heavy? And now you can see on this side.
The wooden box itself is heavy, and we've equipped it with books so the council can see what it might look like.
Okay, but I'm also young and spry.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Here's the front, this side.
There. And then maybe come on this side so that this actually blocks the view. So come on this side so the council members. Oh, yes, show everything, all sides. He's young and spry.
Jenny, this counts as workers' comp powers. Excellent, very good, very good. Front side. Could have taken it around and brought it right back there.
For each council member to touch. Very nice.
To provide some additional context, and so council understands how impressed we are with our commissioners, they received these boxes completely naked. They did not have any paint on them, just raw wood. The legs themselves as well were raw wood, and they were not attached to the library. So the commissioners really put it together to work and partner with different institutions, as you'll hear throughout their presentation, to develop a design and then help in the painting of it as well. They also worked to get the books donated, whether through the local libraries or at book drives in their local schools and organizations. Some commissioners donated books as well. So we're extremely proud of them and the work that they did for this project, and I'll stop talking there so you can hear directly from them on their work.
Thank you. Ward 1.
Hello there. My name is Imandeep Matharu. I'm the alternate commissioner for Ward 1, which is represented by Mr. Arias. And the main commissioner, Tanvi, she's not here today, but she also helped out in this as well. So my box we received a few months ago from the Youth Commission, and I took it upon myself to get it painted by my Stockdale High School art class, Mrs. Barr's class. So shout out to them. They put in a lot of hard work in finals week painting this, and they painted the California poppy on all three sides. So it's a good representation of our state and of our government in general, because the poppy is our state flower. And it was just recently given on Monday to Prosperity Elementary School in Ward 1, and they were very enthusiastic. They were elated to have it, and I feel that these book boxes are going to be really good for our community because of we do have low literacy rates in Bakersfield, and this will definitely help out in bringing those up, and it'll make kids very happy because a lot of the books that were donated are kids' novels and picture books and whatnot. So it will help out in our local community, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ward 2.
Sorry. Good evening, and thank you to everyone who has stayed this long. We really appreciate it. It's been a long day. My name is Mia Clifford, and I represent the Ward 2 on the Youth Commission. I just want to say thank you to Alex, Ashley, and Yadi for helping us throughout the entire year. It means a lot. And a special thanks to BHS alumni Lily Nolan for painting this box for me. She did an incredible job, and I am so thankful. My library is located at Honey I'm Home, which is off of Auburn Street. This restaurant is close to multiple schools, and that's kind of why I picked it, because, it's a good spot for everyone to go and read a book. I am so excited to see the impact that these little libraries have on our community and the youth of Bakersfield. So thank you, and you'll hear from Ward 3 next.
Thank you, Commissioner Clifford. And now we have Ward 3.
Good evening, council members. My name is Caitlin Henches, and I represent Ward 3 for the Bakersfield Youth Commission. So for our little library box, it was imperative that the location would be safe, visible, and easily accessible. So after some research, we landed on the MLK Community Center. We chose this center because it serves as an important gathering place for families, youth, and community members. And since so many people visit this park and community center for recreation, events, and programs, especially since they have a pool and it's super, super hot in Bakersfield during the summer, we thought it was the perfect place to provide free access to books. So we instilled the help of the AP Art students at Stockdale High School. Shout out Miss Barr's class again. And although the pictures aren't on the screen, I'd be happy to show you after. They're just California poppies, which obviously represent our state. And after the box was completed, we contacted staff at the MLK Center to solidify the placement. We both worked very hard to instill the library, fill it with books, and make sure it would be welcoming for community members. And it was so exciting to see it finally done and see our work come into fruition. And this project taught me the importance of planning, working with community partners, and seeing how even a small project can make such a difference with literacy levels in Bakersfield. And I hope it encourages more people to do more projects like this in the community. Even if you're not on the Youth Commission, you can just take it upon yourself. So I'd like to thank the Youth Commission, city staff, the Stockdale AP Art students, and everyone who supported this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Henches. And now Ward 4.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is John Aw, and I'm a recent graduate, high school graduate. I am the regular member of Ward 4 and also represent as the chairman of the Youth Commission. Oh, perfect. So yeah, as my other commissioners and staff have already stated, the purpose of this year's project was to address very low literacy levels in Bakersfield. Across a lot of the high schools, according to the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, which are CASP tests, those are state-level administered tests, there's a sub 70% proficiency in English and language arts, and especially in lower socioeconomic areas, which was very important to us because we realized that by providing free books and free opportunities for students to be exposed to reading in their formative years, we have a chance at actually making a real impact. So where I decided to put my library was at Kids First Dentistry, which is located off of, which is located on Callaway, and we put it in the waiting lobby. A lot of the decorations that you see on our library include a logo and some splatter paint designs, which Alex Gallardo from the Arts Council of Kern helped to design with. And you see here Dr. Justin de Guzman from Kids First Dentistry helping us load the box. He was very enthusiastic about having one of these boxes in one of these government-affiliated boxes in his waiting lobby So we're really excited to see how kids will interact with it going forward. This dentistry is really important to me too, because that's where I went as a kid. So it's kind of cool being able to give back. Now, as a final note, I am graduating high school this year, so I will no longer be part of the Youth Commission. So I just wanted to take some time to reflect on the scope of the Youth Commission and potential going forward. One of our goals from the beginning of this year, and this is something that I addressed in my application for the Youth Commission as well, was to increase efficiency in how we use our budget and overall increase the amount of energy that we bring to the Youth Commission. And if you look at previous projects, you'll notice that a lot of our budget allocation and utilization this year was far more efficient, and the scope of our project was a lot larger than it has been in previous years as well. So I just want to take that as a note that the impact of the Youth Commission is increasing, as you'll see even a student from earlier asked in a moment of speech here about the Youth Commission and his potential allocation to the board. So I just want to say that impact is definitely increasing in the Youth Commission, and there's a lot of potential for significant exposure and actual influence on students in Bakersfield. Youth Commission is gaining a lot of traction, and I think increased support and attention, in addition to what the council has already given us, would be really great for the Youth Commission going forward. So I just want to say that I'm really proud of the work that we've done this year, and hopefully I hope to hear some great things from the Youth Commission in collaboration with the council going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ah, and thank you for serving as chairman, and best wishes as you move on to Princeton, is it? I think so. Yeah. Princeton. And now, Ward 5. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Jasmine Bajwa, and I currently serve as your alternate under Councilmember Coleman for Ward 5. Before I want to explain our project, I just wanted to state it was so weird to see how difficult it was to find a place to put this in Ward 5. Seeing as I live in Ward 5 and I have a bunch of connections with Ward 5, it was quite hard, which kind of shocked me, but thanks to Alex, since he used to be at CSUB's SRC, and his friend Brian, we were able to place it into one of Bakersfield's most populated universities, and it's a D1. So I was very proud to see that this big of a project, as John addressed, with Bakersfield having low literacy rates, it's going to be in CSUB, which has a strong education department. And as someone who just previously did research at CSUB over the summer, I was quite happy to see that just after placing it, a couple of days later, Alex reached out to me and said that your library is going very well. It's not just the university students that are looking at it. Since CSUB is open to the population and the public, a lot of people are also coming into it. So I'm very proud to see that. But the reason I chose CSUB was, again, because it's a university in Bakersfield. A lot of students don't have access to a library card, or it's too far because of transportation. So seeing it, CSUB is in a hot spot. It's walking distance from a lot of houses, so they can just go there. But I wasn't able to do this project without the help of my high school's AP art students, especially the student. She just graduated, and it was very surprising to see that even after she graduated, taking her AP test, she still had the energy to kind of paint this. And it reflects a lot about Bakersfield. I know one side is just all about the books that we read, from Dork Diaries, Clifford the Big Red Dog, one of my favorite books. It was showcased on there. On the other side, it also showcased all the Bakersfield animals, such as the otters, which were really nice. But my favorite was probably the back. You can't really see it in the photos, but the back showcased everything we have in Bakersfield. The Bakersfield sign, all the plants and trees, everything that Bakersfield has to offer, it showcases on the back. So that's very nice to see. But to conclude my statement, I have to thank the Commission for allowing me to have this opportunity. I hope reappointment in the future will allow me to come back to serve on the Commission, and whatever impact I made this year, I can further take it on next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bajwa. And now, Ward 6.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Nathan Catalan. I am the Youth Commissioner, regular member for Ward 6. My library was painted by my former art teacher, local artist, Mr. Espanola, and his students. They worked on it. And on the left side, left and right side, there are book characters. On the back side, there's a floral design. And on the legs, there are these vines that wrap around. Unfortunately, my pictures did not go through, so there aren't really any to offer. the library will be installed at Pin Oak Park, which is located in a large neighborhood area. So hopefully that a lot of the families in the area who will be visiting the park will be able to utilize the library. On my final note is I'd like to emphasize the importance of these libraries because I did do my research, and in Kern County, only 40% of students actually meet the ELA requirements, and adults, only 15%, up to 15% of them actually don't read at a high school level. So getting this early engagement with reading materials, books, is very important. For pictures, I do have them on my phone, so if anyone would like to see them afterwards, I will show them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Catalan. And for Ward 7, I think staff will present that.
Hello. Unfortunately, our Ward 7 commissioners weren't unable to join us, but that is Abigail Arellano and Japji Kaur. Their little library has been fully decorated, and the location is confirmed to be at CTEC, the Career and Technical Education Center. They are awaiting for their main partner, the CTEC principal, Brian Miller, to come back from vacation so that they can drop that off. But that is a confirmed location, and they have their books and everything ready to go. As you may have heard from the rest of the commissioners, they also did the work to locate and place their little libraries. So every single location was identified by our commissioners, and then they worked to either reach out to the business owner or a partner in that area to place that all by themselves with minimal assistance from Alex and I. One thing that hasn't been pointed out that I would like to make reference to on the little libraries, you won't be able to see because the front is not facing you anymore. There are two charter signs. One sign is a plaque with the Youth Commission logo, just stating that the Youth Commission of 2025 and 2026 were able to make this possible. And to reference Commissioner these boxes were completed under budget. So each of our commissioners were allocated a certain amount, and they were all able to complete their little libraries within that allocated amount. There is also another plaque that you'll see, which designates the little libraries as official Free Little Libraries. Free Little Libraries is a nonprofit national organization that we have partnered with. These are officially part of that nonprofit system, and if you log into littlefreelibraries.com, there is a map, and it'll showcase the location of every single one of these libraries. So for the audience, if you're looking for a little library that's close to you, even if it's not one of the Youth Commission libraries, you can look up your address and be directed to the closest library as a part of this organization. Our little libraries have not been registered yet, as we were waiting for final confirmation for some locations, but they will be done within this week and a part of that official charter system. And I'd say that's about it, unless the commissioners have something else they want to share. No? Okay.
Thank you so much, Yadi and Alex. And Deputy City Attorney Ashley Zambrano was present throughout the meetings. It's been wonderful to watch you grow. So I'm just going to invite you up if you'd like to offer a few comments. Just, yes, you. You have been guiding them through months of this project and just watching our commissioners grow. So if you'd just like to offer a few comments.
I will offer a few comments, Mayor. One of the things that's really outstanding about watching the youth commissioners is that when they first start, it's very awkward. It's very nervous for everyone. They have to sit on the dais. They sit exactly where you are for each meeting. They have one meeting a month, and they have to learn all the procedure of running a meeting, making motions, discussing with their colleagues. And while they're doing that, they have to come up with an annual project, and they don't know each other. And so it's really quite impressive that they can learn how to be part of local government and have a voice and collaborate, reach a decision, and then more importantly, take action when they're not on the dais to actually implement it. And so that was what was really outstanding about this particular group of youth, is that they really figured it out quickly. They came up with big ideas. They weren't afraid of implementing a big idea, and it took a lot of their own time after the fact to do that. So they were outstanding, and it's a great process for them to learn a little bit about local government.
Thank you, Ms. Zambrano. And to all of you commissioners, thank you so much for your investment in all of this and just your hard work. To those of you who are going on to college, we just wish you all the best. And for the rest of you, we hope you'll return. And I think maybe all of you have resubmitted applications. So we really appreciate it. Council members, any comments? Vice Mayor.
I want to congratulate each and every one of you for fulfilling this project. Spending a whole year on one specific project that is, you are literally leaving a piece of your work in your community, the community you live in, the community that you are representing. And over the course of the 4 years that I've been on the City Council, I've seen the Youth Commission change every single year in terms of what they were working on, what they were advocating for, and you all are the first group that I've seen that's bringing a project forward and leaving a legacy of your own behind. And it's just the beginning, so I hope that you all replace us someday as City Council members as well. So please come back to the communities after studying all of the amazing things that you will study. Return to your hometown because we'll really need your heart for civic engagement and your heart for generosity. So congratulations on your projects.
Thank you. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank all the students that are participating in this program. I thought we were going to have a balanced budget, though. No. All right. Maybe next year. Okay. But thank you very much. This is a great project. I really like. A friend of mine had one of those he built in front of his house about 10 years ago, and I thought he was crazy. He may be, but they've really taken off, and I think they're very, very popular. And it was very good to see you guys individualize them or make them your own. So thank you very much, and I wish you all really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember Arias.
Just want to say thank you to Alex and Yadi for helping steer our youth commission and just making it a fun experience on top of your many other duties that I know you all carry for the city of Bakersfield. So just thank you for your service. Thank you to the youth commission. Thank you, Ashley, for supporting them.
Well, thank you all, and really appreciate the teamwork, the entire team, and all the best. We're going to go on to another item, so you're welcome to stay, or if this would be the appropriate time for you to leave, you're welcome to do that. And now we need a receive and file, please.
Motion to receive and file.
You have a motion, please cast your votes. And we are going to applaud them. Thank you so much. And if we didn't get a picture of them earlier, staff, can you get a picture of the group as maybe even up here before you leave? Yeah, with the box. With the box.
So would you like a picture here?
Yes, just right here is fine. Well, let's just take that. They've worked so hard. I think we should definitely do that.
You could put them in the middle, and then we could
Yeah.
also be in if you want to take it from a couple
Well, just
rows.
stand like this and just keep smiling. Okay, get on either side. Is there a good, hopefully there's a staff photographer here. Do we have anyone who?
We have a dad photographer, a couple of dads. So someone send it to us. Oh, sorry.
Okay, we have Adam. Adam to the rescue. All right, so you are now going to only look at Adam. Even if your mom and dad are waving, this would be the time to look at Adam.
Mayor Go, motion was unanimously approved.
Yes. Give it up for the Youth Commission. Oh, and now, yes, let's not forget. Wait, Ashley. Ashley, this is an order from the mayor. You very much helped guide them this year. Thank you all. And Alex, you won't need to lift your weights tonight. Good job. Thank you. We'll give our youth a chance to leave, and then, Madam Clerk, if you could just move on to the next item, please.
Deferred business item 10A, consider appeal and Planning Commissioner's approval of Director Review number 25-002 and modification number 25-0007 and its notice of exemption from California Environmental Quality Act. Scout Services requested a director's review and approval to installation of a lattice tower to accommodate the city's public safety radio system and related installation of new equipment, shelter, and generator equipment, and zone modification number 25-0007 to permit a tower height of 150 feet and located within 300 feet of residentially zoned property located at 1000 Buena Vista Road. Bo Koenig submitted an appeal to the Planning Commission's approval. The public appeal hearing was heard by the City Council on June 24, 2026. City Council to act today, Ward 5. Staff recommends the City Council deny the appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's approval of Director's Review and approval number 25-0002 and zone modification number 25-0007 and adopt the notice of exemption.
Thank you. Please note that we have a court reporter present for this item also, and so we just ask that you speak slowly and clearly so that we can have an accurate record. Mr. Clegg.
Mayor Go, if I may interrupt
Sure.
just one moment. I did want to announce that a staff memorandum was provided regarding this item, transmitting additional correspondence.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Mayor and Council, just again, as a reminder, the public hearing for this item was conducted on June 24th. Now, as a deferred business item, it's back to address the motion and questions that were requested by Councilmember Coleman, and so I'll invite Katie Reed to come and provide a brief presentation that speaks to the comments from that specific motion.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I have to first say that whole little library thing, I'm a lover of stories. English major with a specialization in children's literature. So that whole thing just spoke to my heart. So again, Katie Reed, Assistant Director of Technology Services, and tonight I will address council's questions regarding the proposed tower at the Water Department. I just want to provide a really quick summary. This proposed tower is one of 6 sites that will make up the new public safety radio system that will be replacing our aging and unsupported communication system currently in place. And if allowed to go as designed, we're slated to go live at the end of calendar year 2027. At the close of public appeal hearing on June 24th, Council posed 3 main questions to staff. First was whether or not the park at Riverwalk was a viable alternative to the Water Department. You asked for renderings of what the new tower would look like compared to the existing tower at the site. Oh, sorry. Thank you. A little bit of nerves here.
That's okay. We all get nervous. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then finally, did staff consider other sites before choosing this location? We've developed pros and cons for each of the 2 potential locations with an understanding that the exact location at the park at Riverwalk is currently unknown, since it will require the city to conduct an initial study to determine suitability. Now, aside from being a city-owned property, there is an argument for this location, and that is that depending on where we place the tower within the park, it may be farther from homes and the schools than the current proposed location. However, as you can tell from the side, there are also many arguments against choosing this location. A lot goes into identifying a new site for a radio tower, including several technical and environmental studies, a CEQA review, and potentially an EIR in this case. Also, depending on the proximity to the Kern River, additional state or federal permits may also be necessary. We're also limited on where we could place this in the park due to some restrictions on the parkland regarding the deeds. Also, given the public location of the park, extra security measures will need to be put in place, including fencing the area off and adding surveillance cameras to monitor activity in the area. And finally, the tower will affect the view shed, impacting visitors to the park and the multi-use trail. Now, the requirements for the additional engineering reviews and potential EIR will delay the beneficial use of the critical public safety infrastructure for a minimum of 1 to 2 years, and additional unfunded costs are anywhere from $500,000 to $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars. Meanwhile, as I said, our obsolete communication system will continue to degrade, and we have no support and no available equipment should it fail. Comparatively, at the water department, the work is already engineered and funded. There are no additional studies needed, and the project is exempt from CEQA since this involves replacing an existing tower in the same location. Now, the site is also owned, but it is closed to the public, providing more security and less foot traffic near the tower. While its proximity is close to homes and a school, the tower is situated behind the neighborhood, and the canal runs in between as a buffer. During the appeal hearing, we established the maximum ground level exposure is well below federal guidelines, and the height of the tower provides benefit as the higher the equipment is, the lower the ground level exposure. And an argument against this location is that the appellant is opposed to it and has already threatened a CEQA lawsuit should we move forward. We're providing 6 renderings that show the existing and proposed towers from various locations around where the water department is. This first view is from the cul-de-sac at Loughton Avenue. All the slides will follow this. You'll see one slide of the before, and next to it, a picture of the rendering with the existing and new towers identified by an E or an N. Here we are at Grand Lakes Avenue and Roslyn Lane. This is at the end of Roslyn Lane as it turns into Brightwater Way. This is from River Run Boulevard. Those are those commercial office areas looking out towards the water department. This is at Roslyn Way and Mersham Hill Drive. Those solar panels there are the parking lot for the Ronald Reagan Elementary School. And finally, the view from Carpenter Court. Again, we did try to capture multiple angles to provide a clear picture of the visual changes to the neighborhood. We also have the scale drawings. The drawing in black, that is the existing 80-foot tower, and in blue is the proposed tower. And finally, the question was on site selection. Site selection for the radio project, including the location at the water department, has been based on existing tower sites. Our aim has always been to reuse existing sites as the most timely and cost-effective way to approach this project. As mentioned previously in the pros and cons slides, selecting a new, undeveloped site can be costly, particularly if we had to purchase the site before doing the necessary studies. As such, we did not assess any other locations beyond looking at our current existing tower sites and choosing from those. And with that, I thank you for your time this evening, and I am happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Mr. Clegg, how does the tower between my office and BPD compare in size to the proposed tower?
Mayor and Council, as you exit City Hall South and look towards the PD headquarters. That tower is 180 feet, which is about 30 feet taller than the proposed tower.
Thank you. Do you have any additional comments before we go to council?
Just one comment, Mayor and Council, to reflect. As we noted the assessment of different locations and sites, unfortunately, I would acknowledge to your council, as we have from the beginning, that we recognize and understand that there is an aesthetic challenge for those that are close to this tower site. But I think it's important to reinforce that to meet our requirements within the zone that this tower needs to be, there is no site that is better suited from an impact to those that may be close to that tower, no matter where we put the tower, to be able to service the area that it's needed to be serviced. It will be visible to someone in our community. And we tried to find the location that both, based on the advantages discussed by staff, but also that had the least impact to the least amount of individuals. But we acknowledge and recognize that as a trade-off for the public safety needs that we have, there is that aesthetic challenge. But outside of that, for all the other reasons of pros and cons, staff continues to recommend that this is the best site that we can achieve to meet the goals of our radio system.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Councilmember Coleman, this is in your ward. Would you like to go first? I know Councilmember Bashir Tosh also wishes to make comment.
I need to say I was not at the public hearing initially, but I did review the information.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's talk about how tall this tower is, because I've been told all along it's 135 feet, and then the appellant says 175 feet, and then I'm looking at this. I can't see the little diagram, but when you showed it on your PowerPoint presentation, it looks like 170 feet to me. That's a significantly big difference. Can you talk about that? Can you put that photograph back up, the last one? I don't know if it's the last one. It's the last, yeah, it's the last picture you have.
That one there. Oh, no. Oops. Sorry. It's the one with the two towers.
Yeah, with the two towers.
Can I ask a quick question? What is the file name for that presentation in our packet?
The hard copy or the electronic copy?
In the attachments, I was just wondering which, that PowerPoint presentation.
It is not in the packet.
It's not in there.
Go one more, go two
Sorry,
more.
back to Councilmember
Sketch
Coleman.
that shows both towers together.
Yeah. You want me to go from here? Okay.
There.
That one there. The tower itself is 150 feet. The antenna stands from the top of the tower. The antenna itself is just, I have someone here. Gary? Gary is the project manager on on the civil for this project. I'm going to have him discuss the tower since he is the subject matter expert.
Yes, as Gary Jervin, Motorola. As Katie pointed out, the structure itself is 150 feet, the steel structure lattice tower. The receive antennas at the very top will extend that approximately 170 feet.
All right, that's a little different than what I was thinking in our last discussions. I thought we were talking about a tower that was I thought it was like 135 feet. Every time I ask, I think the number changes, or I don't remember it right. So this is a lot taller tower than I originally anticipated, and I'm still a little concerned about this whole tower, and I'm concerned about the comments that were raised by the appellant regarding this radio tower. I truly support the city's critical need for the radio and all that, but I think we have an obligation to ensure this tower is located where it will have the least impact on the community. And so I'm going to make a motion to uphold the appeal and deny staff recommendation to approve I'm going to say this again. I'm going to make a recommendation to make a motion to uphold the appeal and deny staff's recommendation to approve Director's Review number 25-0002.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
I think a few weeks ago, I was told that the tower is being built on the site of the existing tower now, or there will be a temporary. I mean, is the new tower going to be actually built closer to the residents in that picture? Is it being built on the existing site, or is it being moved closer to the residences?
It's actually being moved, it'll be moved closer to the residents. It's moved towards the back of the water property. We cannot put it where the existing tower is because we cannot take that existing tower down until the new tower is live.
Are there does it I'm just thinking, I've got 3 kids and we like to sit in the backyard and hang out a lot. Does it make noise, this tower?
No, it will not make any noise. The only time there will be noise from the tower itself is if they have to do an electrical failover and the generator kicks on, but it does not run all the time.
So there could potentially be a generator closer to the residents' houses too?
Correct. There's a generator that's part of the whole project, anywhere we put it.
The generator that's there, is that the same one that the water department was talking about that's failing and we need to replace? I'm just curious.
No, they have their own generator. This is separate, specific only for public safety radio.
Okay. And I assume because of the height that it is, it's going to have red flashing lights?
No, that's not necessary.
No?
The lights and the red and white paint are not necessary until the tower reaches over 200 feet.
200, okay, that's
Yes.
good to know. So no flashing lights. I know that we didn't even have to be here, and that's why it's frustrating to have to deal with this. I mean, I sit in my backyard and I would be frustrated to look at a giant tower. I'm going to be totally honest. It's so important, this tower, what it's going to do for our community and our police department doing that. But I mean, it's like, let me see how close I can move this to someone's house before they get pissed off and show up at a city council meeting and hope that everybody's okay with it. I mean, I'm just, just trying to, it's, I don't really have anything else to say. Sorry.
Thank you. Other council members? All right. So, Councilmember Coleman's motion is to uphold the appeal. So that would be against staff's recommendation. It's the opposite of staff's recommendation. Does anybody else need any clarification before we take the vote? You have a motion? Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with council members Arias and Gonzalez voting no.
Thank you. And now, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
New business item 11A, resolution adopting a traffic safety policy for the construction and improvement of city streets.
Mr. Clegg.
Mayor and Council, Zach Meyer, Public Works Director, will provide this presentation.
Mr. Meyer.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. Again, Zach Meyer, Public Works Director for the City of Bakersfield. This item before you is a traffic safety resolution that is being brought to you by the Public Works Department. So before we get into the meat of the resolution, I'd first like to provide some background about some previous council action and other items that have taken place over the last few years. So July 22nd, 2023, City Council adopted resolution number 108-123 to update the city's complete street policy. Shortly after that, on November 29th that same year, the council adopted ordinances establishing the policy for complete street design. More recently, July 15th, 2026, City Council incorporated the Urban Streets Design Guide into City Ordinance. That is a NACDO document that focuses on traffic safety and multimodal infrastructure. And throughout this time, at least over the last 2 years, Council did develop an ad hoc multimodal subcommittee that is now a permanent committee that we've been doing every other month. And the purpose of that committee was to look at a number of issues related to multimodal transportation, related to streetlights, traffic calming devices, cross-section design for complete street projects, and other various topics. So what does this traffic safety resolution do? So first thing, prioritizes the Urban Street Design Guide when the city is rehabilitating and developing city roadways. It establishes preferred methods for future public works road projects and focuses on long-term safety, efficiency, and accessibility for all roadway users. In the picture, you could see one of our more recent rehab projects where we resurfaced the road, but as we put the striping back, you'll see a bike lane and high visibility paint to improve the safety for that cyclist. So some of the traffic safety priorities that do come from the Urban Street Design Guide is it does promote narrower travel lanes. The document does prefer narrow lanes, typically 10 to 11 feet. It doesn't really encourage lane widths 12 feet or higher. Does encourage to look at lane reductions to promote traffic safety for all roadway users, as well as buffered bike lanes. So we have been seeing more and more buffered bike lanes that we've been incorporating around the city, again, to provide that safer distance between motorized vehicles and cyclists. And then it also does incorporate some infrastructure features that try to target speed reduction. And by doing so, changing some of the geometry of the roadway to reduce travel speeds. So I'll get into some examples. So this is a cross-section that would come out of something that would be a result of prioritizing the Urban Streets Design Guide, where we see a cross-section where we do have the bike lanes, the buffers. Parking lanes are sometimes used to provide greater distance. We did this on a demonstration project at Niles and Monterey. But again, having the lane widths between 10 and 11, and again, trying to improve safety for all users. So some of the reduction tools that I alluded to earlier a couple slides ago was what are some of these features that could be used to try to target reduction in speed. First one I have on the left are speed humps. Again, we've been incorporating more and more speed humps in the city. There's a way for city residents to request speed humps. Our traffic team reviews, does it meet the minimum qualifications for a speed hump, and then we try to implement it with our street staff. Medians can also be used to deflect traffic and also enhance pedestrian safety. We do have more medians throughout the city where it provides a landing zone for the pedestrian. Ultimately, what that does is it provides less conflict area for the pedestrian walking directly in front of traffic. Similarly, the last one on the right, bulb outs or curb extensions, where we pull out the corners of the intersections. It does create some pinch points for thoroughfare traffic to maybe reduce speed in that direction, but one of the primary features is you're creating a shorter distance for that pedestrian to get from one side of the road to the other. For feasibility and design limitations, preferred methods apply where feasible. Certain existing roadway conditions may require alternative designs. So in older parts of town, we do have some geometry constraints. Older roadways with restricted right-of-way width or rigid existing infrastructure limit available space. So sometimes a road just doesn't have the cross section we need to accomplish all the goals we want to, promote, trying to improve bicyclist and pedestrian safety. But again, the purpose of the resolution is to have staff do its due diligence, do our best to try to meet that objective. Other areas where these goals may not be met, high traffic and freight, corridors with heavy truck volumes or higher traffic speeds may require travel lanes wider than 10 feet. Some of our heavier used arterials, especially coming off the 99, some of those are designated as truck routes. If we have traffic counts that exceed 25 to 30,000 counts per day, and the speeds are in excess of 45 miles per hour, when we see those types of variables, we will still review what type of infrastructure we could put in, how can we come back with a cross-section that tries to meet the intents and goals of the traffic resolution. But again, we are still trying to meet some of those other needs of all users when it seems that the road's primary use is for conveying heavy trucks and has high volumes of traffic and at speeds above 45 miles per hour. So what this does is it formalizes the city practice. So the Public Works Department already has implemented many of these traffic safety measures. Again, this NACDO document does serve more as a toolkit, establishes what our preferred methods are, provides clear policy framework justifying staff design choices, and to me, most importantly, it's justifying our approach. Why are we doing this? This is what this resolution is calling for staff to look at. And we are preserving existing codes. So enhances local design preferences while not eliminating other council-adopted regulatory documents. So in our ordinance, we do have the MUTCD, which stipulates all sorts of traffic control devices that we use in the city. There's AASHTO, Green Book, which in the California Highway Design Manual, the California Highway Capacity Manual. So there's some roadways that we still look at these documents to make sure that we're in compliant with all codes and regulations. Again, doesn't eliminate those, but we are trying to use the urban street design guide more and more as the preference. Lastly, the resolution does specifically state that the authority given to the Public Works Director or its city engineer designee, it doesn't remove their authority to have the discretion to have the final say in terms of what the ultimate road design looks like. So with that, Public Works Department recommends adoption of the traffic safety resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Mr. Clegg, do you have any further comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not.
Thank you. And so now we'll go to council for comment. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
What's the consulting firm that's helped us with this? What's their name again? I'm sorry.
Apologize, Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
So I remember when I first started, I think it was like the second month on council, we had a group come out, and there was a consultant that came out, and he was helping to be a part of this, and he had his recommendations.
Councilmember Bashir Tosh, I apologize.
It's all right.
I'm trying to think what we did around that time. We also adopted the active transportation plan around that time. We've used consultant Kimley Horn quite often for design services that do use a lot of these features.
Okay. Yeah, the only reason I asked is because I remember sitting in that meeting and him saying on the record at the dais that he didn't recommend putting bike lanes next to arterial streets like that because it was actually unsafe. And I remember bringing that up, and then the comment from individuals was, "We have to try something," and it didn't make any sense to me. But I've heard over and over and over again from my constituents how much they dislike this, and so I ask myself, when do we move away from a constitutional democracy to we're going to tell you what to do and you better be happy with it, even though you're paying the tax dollars to make this happen? And with all due respect, Mr. Smith, if I was on this committee, and contrary to what, golly, Terry Maxwell said about me being on there, if I worked tirelessly on there and said, we got to make all of the city's Autobahn level because it's better for cars, and I had my own team talking about research and how it could be, and then I came here, people would be like, you're the car guy. Why would you have anything to do with this? Of course you're going to make it about cars. And so the right thing to do would be, you know what do the people want? And then do that. And I understand that, it's a nonprofit, but at the end of the day, the people don't want it. The people that are in your bike club want it, and it's not fair to the rest of the taxpayers to narrow the lanes up, to make it unsafer. We need better enforcement. We need stronger enforcement by our officers to crack down on speeding and people not paying attention and being on their cell phones. That's the reality. That's what's going to actually help. But we can't get our PD to do that because they're too busy spending all of their time rounding up homeless people in camps for people that are destroying businesses, which is stunting economic development and growth in our community. So I don't think that I don't think it's fair to our community to make a decision on something that you're incredibly passionate about and something that will potentially affect financially an organization that you belong to, even though you get sell products and you interact with people. This is going to potentially make that grow. If I turn everything into the Autobahn and I bought a exotic car dealership, of course my dealership is going to blow up because we sell the cars that go on the Autobahn together. That would be a conflict of interest. I would never ever expect to do that. That's so un-American. I can't. Every week I get someone that hates the green lines, that hates the narrowing of the roads, and their comments are all the same. We need more enforcement. We don't need to just control people like this. And so I see the heart behind this is trying to create some cohesive and some safety and all that stuff, but at its core, you're not listening to the people that voted. We're not doing what the people want. This is America. We have to listen to our constituents, that's just. That's the reality. I don't understand. So I don't support this. I would make a motion of going against this based on all of the probably thousands of emails I've gotten since I've gotten. I think it's the most emailed issue I've gotten and not harassed, but just targeted by the community. We need to fix this. And so I have to do what I was elected to do, and that is to not adopt this resolution. It's to push this resolution as far away from Bakersfield as possible. And I will conclude.
Thank you, Councilmember Bashir-Tosh. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So you're not going to vote because you sell cars?
Because the people don't like it or want it.
I'm sorry.
And I believe in doing what's right by the people.
So what's right by the people, I've gotten more, ever since I got on the council, people wanted safer streets. People drive too damn fast. We have more people killed violently on our streets than we do with homicides. This is not about bicycles versus cars. This is about safer streets for everybody. The studies show that narrower lanes slow traffic and are therefore safer. Speed kills. Doesn't matter whether you put in bike lanes or not. If you have narrower lanes without bike lanes, it's safer for the people in cars. Every year we have 20, 30, 40 people, no bicycles, no pedestrians, just cars, just dying in cars. And so we need to do what we can to slow those people. And it's not about enforcement, it's about environmental design. Wide lanes encourage people to drive faster. We have 3,000, per month, red light. People drive faster because that's the way we've built our streets. We need to build our streets so that people are encouraged to be safer. Yes, I am passionate about this. I'm passionate about people dying on our streets all the time. And if we can make it safer, I want to make it safer. So I will make the motion to approve the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question because I'm a little confused. Going to your staff report, you talked about that in July of 26, the council adopted an ordinance for the Urban Street Design Guide published by NATCO. And so I don't understand how this is different. Why are we doing it again?
Councilmember Coleman, again, with this resolution, I mean, we have other documents we adopt. This resolution is to me shining a light on what document does the city council want to prioritize staff to look at first. All these other documents we're still need to comply with, like we do have to comply with the MUTCD. There's elements in ASHO, elements in the California Capacity Manual, the Highway Design Manual. There's still there are still circumstances where we have to comply with all these things, but when and where we could feasibly introduce some of these elements from NACDO, this policy saying this is what we want staff to do. I hope I answer that.
Yeah, I think you answered it, but I still don't see the necessity. Basically what it does is it prioritizes wider buffer lanes and bike lanes over drive lanes.
Councilmember Coleman, again, every road is a different. Again, we evaluate each road, and then if we, for example, I mean, there are some arterials out there that don't have bike lanes whatsoever. Some collectors that still don't have wider lanes, and so depending on our evaluation, given the current condition of the road, the current geometry, I mean, there could be a bag of different solutions. But ultimately, yes, we do want to try to have a bike lane in there, or it could have a buffered bike lane. If we look at another example, if we look at an arterial where there's less than 20,000 counts per day, but it's a 6-lane arterial, and we don't have a lot of traffic signals in that area, so there isn't a lot of stop and go of cars, that starts to check a lot of boxes for lane reduction. And we've seen that in other areas, and we've implemented lane reductions. And if we do that and we're still trying to utilize the whole road, then yes, you could have a wider bike lane, you could have a wider buffer, but it isn't a one size fits all. We do it case by case, and we evaluate what is the best way to use the road and highlighting these NACDO features.
What I'm concerned about is that this makes that the priority for design standards. So anything that deviates from that is an exception. So when you're building a new road, you're starting out with the assumption that the lanes are going to be narrow and you're going to have a buffer lane and a bike lane. And so if you want to do anything besides that, you would need to get an exception, correct?
It depends on the type of road, but yes, if there's some roads that some of the other manuals we have to comply with, there is a process where we could go through a design exception process. But again, it's a case-by-case basis to see if it's warranted or can we do it. But that's the objective is we're always going to try our best to do it. But there's going to be instances where we may not be able to hit all the goals that we're trying to set out to do.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to bicycle safety or the complete streets, but I'm kind of hesitant to adopt another policy. It's like all the time we're developing policies and laws. I'm just a little concerned that it's going to affect future council's flexibility in road design. So I'm going to oppose this measure.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to comment on my experience over the last 10 years on the City Council. There have been a number of issues that Ward 2 has seen over the years. I try to be very responsive to all of my constituents as best as I can. And I got to tell you, traffic and the speed of traffic safety is a high priority for my constituents in Ward 2. People just drive too fast in neighborhood streets. People drive too fast all throughout the city. And we know that the impact, not just to pedestrians and bicyclists, but especially for pedestrians and bicyclists, but not just pedestrians and bicyclists, also for drivers and for passengers of vehicles. The impact upon collision is far greater at higher rates of speed. And so if we can do something that is responsible, that can help calm traffic so that people are obeying the speed limit, we ought to pursue that. And this is not new. This is something that many communities throughout the country have done. But in fact, it is something that I hear from my constituents all the time. People are very concerned about their children walking to school. Very few of my constituents now actually have allowed their children to walk to school. When I was a kid, I would walk, mile to school and back. The times have changed, and that's in part because people are scared of what might happen as children cross the street. There have been a number of examples, tragedies, where children in my ward and in other parts of the city have died and have been seriously injured because people were driving way too fast. Every year, we get a report, a national report, and it ranks Bakersfield one of the top 10 deadliest cities on our roads. And it begs the question, like, what are we really going to do? How are we going to reduce speeds? This is not about controlling people. I think, I have a large vehicle, and I'm very happy about that. I'm not interested in telling people how they should get to and from work or how they should get their kids to school. You want to drive, great. If you want to ride a bike, great. If you want to walk, and many people have to walk to work because they don't have the means for a vehicle, great. We need to make it safer for everybody. That's our responsibility as a council. And so I'm in support of any measure that allows us to create safer streets in this community. The data shows that we have to do it. Many of my constituents are clamoring for this, for these types of measures. When we've adopted the neighborhood traffic calming handbook, that has been highly utilized in my ward. And many of my constituents and families have asked for different treatments, everything from speed humps to additional traffic signs to bulb outs. We've implemented lots of different things and still have a lot of work to do, by the way. There's still schools, school principals and teachers who are clamoring for additional treatments in my area. There's still families who are still asking for additional measures to calm their streets. And yes, enforcement has been a strategy. We've actually invested in enforcement. We have hired over 20, we purchased over 20 motorcycles for traffic enforcement in this city. That's happened relatively within the past, 6 years or so. To get at enforcement, that is a part of this for sure, but it's not the whole strategy. And so the reality is that some of our roads are conducive to speeding, and if we're interested in protecting our entire community, including drivers and passengers in those vehicles, we ought to look for ways in which we can improve safety. And when I take a look at this measure, it really is about traffic safety. So I'm going to support it tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Weir.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the death toll in Bakersfield, the average? About 80 a year? Something like that?
For traffic-related incidences?
Yeah.
I don't have that number on me right now.
Well, I think the last time we checked on it, it was around 80 a year, maybe a little bit less, not much more. And so, how many of those would probably be drunk drivers?
I apologize, Councilman Weir, I don't have that information.
I didn't expect that you would. Taking 50 or 60,000 cars and forcing them to go through smaller spaces how does that, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. There's no rhyme nor reason for it. There's not a big death toll. I don't think that this is really an emergency that we need to take care of. We've taken all the remedies that we can find that we can do, but I don't think that Bob Smith should tell everybody in this town how they're going to drive and how it's going to be less traffic deaths. And it doesn't make any sense. So I think this is a fairy tale. It's a dream, but it's not my dream. It's not my fairy tale. I don't like it. It's ridiculous, and the people in the city of Bakersfield should not be subjected to such garbage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weir. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Arias.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll start by saying it's not a fairy tale, and my name is not Bob Smith. But I am really grateful for the work that we've done over the past couple of years. And to respond to the question, Bakersfield ranks as the third most deadly city, not just in the state of California, in the entire country. And if that doesn't scream to you a crisis, then I don't know what does. And that is the exact issue that I think several of us on this dais and several on staff who I think also understand the severity of this issue have been trying to address for years now. And I think that this is exactly the type of step that is going to move us forward. We've seen a slight decrease in the number of these deaths. I think even more importantly, we've seen a decrease in the severity of the accidents that have actually taken place on many of those corridors that we've made improvements. Just yesterday, I was at the Bakersfield Senior Center groundbreaking, and one of the residents that was there celebrating came up to me, and she just gave me a big hug for an improvement that we made on Laurel Drive almost 2.5 years ago, installing speed humps that she had requested many years ago that continue to this day to slow down traffic along her streets. And she continues to be grateful, knowing that her street is just a little bit safer. But I want to address the argument that we should really be doing things based on, whether or not people like them. I just want to give a couple of examples. If we were to follow that logic, just a couple of years ago, we had a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, and we were asked by our government to wear masks. Did we like to wear the masks? No. Did I like to wear a mask? No. But we did it to protect others in our community and to protect the public good. When we face a drought, thank goodness we don't have one currently, but when we face a drought, we ask our community, and in some cases we have to mandate our local community to reduce the amount of water that they use. Why? So that we can conserve and make sure that there's enough water that can go around in our community. Road construction. As soon as road construction starts, we get email after email, text after text, call after call from family members, residents, and constituents and the like, because they're frustrated because it is impacting their ability to get from A to B. But why do we do it? We do it because we need to improve the public infrastructure and the public roadway. Sewer rates we don't need to go into. We do it because we don't want our sewer to back up on us, and we don't want our system to fail. And if there's an opportunity for us to save lives in this community by making sure that the road widths and the lanes for auto traffic are just a little bit smaller, and traffic slows down just a little bit, and it takes you just a couple more minutes to get from point A to point B, and it helps us save a life, then I think it's a worthwhile investment. That is the reason why we continue to do the work that we do, and I certainly think that this is taking another step in the right direction. So I'm looking forward to being able to approve tonight's item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my council colleagues for their feedback. Earlier there was a comment made that I have a liberal degree in city planning, and therefore I am for making multimodal transportation a reality and making our streets safer. And honestly, yeah, it is my degree in city planning that helps me understand why narrowing our roads makes streets safer. We literally study it. And it's, I can understand why in cities like Bakersfield that have been designed the same way, actually not the same way, because you can look across these 7 wards and see that streets look very different. If you are downtown, streets are more narrow. Cars were smaller back when those roads were made. And as cars got bigger, roads also were designed wider. And I've inherited a ward, a district that is a suburb of the city, but it is actively being developed. There is new housing constantly going up. And my motivation for making sure that our streets are safer are the same reasons that you would want your children to have streets that are safe and slow. And that's true, I think, for a lot of us who live in this community. But it's also because when we think forward, we hope that we have a city that is being planned not just for today, but also for tomorrow. And as I see, even in the course of the last 4 years, where my ward is now being developed, new neighborhoods are coming up, new schools are opening up. As a city planner, as somebody who has studied this, but also in conversation with our city administrators, our city staff, we are learning from what has worked in the city of Bakersfield in the past and what hasn't worked. And unfortunately, there have been really tragic accidents in my district where a child has lost their lives, where children have been hit by cars. And you can't really blame the child in that situation. They're walking home from school, and some situations there's been a cross guard. They've been with their parents. The family and the school has insured everything, but the fault is actually just in the way that the street was designed. And while in the past, strategies like stop signs or children at play, those kinds of tactics worked in the past, new data and new research shows that narrowing roads is what forces us to pay attention. It's why when we're on a one-way road, we're paying attention to make sure, one, we're not driving the wrong way, we're not encountering somebody, but also if your road is narrower, if there's sidewalks, even if there's a bike lane, if there's trees, and then there's signs, you're paying attention to the roadway. And we all drive cars, and I'm not explaining something that you're not aware of, but if the road is wide and doesn't have anything to block your way, you're going to speed through it. And that's why within the city of Bakersfield, we've had such issues with racing, and that continues to happen in Southwest Bakersfield and South Bakersfield. So it is our responsibility as those who are the stewards of the city, as the city council. I believe that it is my responsibility to make sure that we are using every tool available to us to make sure that our streets are safe, because the liability does come on us. And that design responsibility is on us as well. No matter what tomorrow looks like, we have to make sure that this city is safe for everybody, especially those who are the smallest, the children that live in our community. And I started making lists, as everyone was talking, of every school that's reached out to me to make the streets around their school safer. And it's every single school in my district. In fact, one tragic accident happened right next to an elementary school. Actually, both did. 2 different schools. And it has taken 4 years to design a a safe routes to schools pathway that would allow for children to bike to school again, to walk to school again, and it connects 3 to 4 schools within the same neighborhood block. And when I was growing up, I attended these same schools, and we would bike to school and we would walk to school. But that's not the case anymore because the roads that are being built are extremely wide. Kids just don't feel safe getting to school. Even if they're crossing with a cross guard, people here run stop signs, they run stoplights. So this is our approach in making sure we can do what we can to design the streets a little bit safer, because this is one approach to making sure that where education campaigns don't actually change habits, we are making sure that, like Councilmember Gonzalez said, that enforcement is in place. And we had residents actually from my district who have been advocating to make Harris Road safer. Some of you may have heard their comments as well. And we have been using every tactic there on that roadway to make sure that there is enforcement, to make sure that people understand that if you drive fast, there's a punishment. But also it's in working with the neighbors to say, what would you like to see? And their request is narrower streets. It's to reduce the lanes so that people can pay attention and slow down. So this is in response to community. This is in response to residents. This is to make sure that we're thinking of those, like we had a teacher here earlier, and those students were designing a campaign because a student had passed away in their community from being hit in the roadway. And it is really unfortunate that people are not thinking about those who are the most vulnerable on our streets and in our roadways. But that's our reality today, and we have to be responsive and we have to be proactive. And it comes from designing our roads differently. But this is backed by the latest data that's available to us. So this is something I care deeply about, to making sure whoever is on, if you're in a wheelchair, if you're on a bike, if you're on your 2 feet, if you're also in a car, you deserve to feel safe traveling. And that's what being truly multimodal is, that no matter what your mode of transportation is, that you feel safe and someone is thinking about you as these roadways are being designed. So the examples are plenty, and I, just as Councilmember Arias was saying, even this week I've received requests from neighborhoods that have requested speed humps. This is the majority, I would say, that I've received is to make sure that schools, neighbors, everyday citizens are asking for their streets to feel safe. And in city planning, we often reference, like, when a community is trying something new for the first time, to think about the cities that you enjoy visiting, and is it safe to bike there? Is it safe to walk there? Do you bike and walk out there? And would you want to also be able to have the opportunity to do that here? And we're working on that in a meaningful way, whether it's making sure that we can cool our city down, planting trees, making sure that we're slowing down in our streetways. And while we can't prevent people, in being the third most dangerous city in the country, there's not behavioral changes that we can make immediately with people. What we will do in taking accountability and putting the onus on ourselves is to design the roadways that make sure everybody feels safe in them. So I want to thank staff. I know this was a long time coming and a lot of advocacy, so I want to thank staff for making this a reality and working with our traffic engineers and bringing them along, and in planning. The planners and the traffic engineers don't always see eye to eye, so I appreciate that we were able to reach that today, and appreciate the work, and I'm looking forward to everyone feeling safer in the streets of Bakersfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
I don't want this to get painted out of context and be used in a malicious way. I want our neighborhoods safe. I want the school zones to be safe. What we're talking about here is narrowing first off, we're making a decision without data in front of us. Has the narrowing of Buena Vista made Buena Vista safer? We don't know any of that. We're just going to make a super ambiguous whole thing. But people are speeding in front of elementary schools. Throw some speed humps down. That's enforcement. You're going to break your car. That's a consequence of your bad actions. People don't listen to posted rules or lanes. When someone's driving 80 miles an hour down the street and they smash into someone, it doesn't matter if there's 0 lanes. People do that. It's awful. They gotta get ticketed. They gotta lose their license. When we see street racers, we gotta smash their cars. I mean, we gotta be tough on crime. It makes the crime go away. History has taught us that. If we just continue to allow people to drive distracted on their phones and not hold them accountable, give them citations that make them think twice before they pick up their phone, it's crazy. But I'll be honest with you. As a parent with 3 kids, my kids don't walk to school because I'm scared of them getting hit. My kids don't walk to school because I'm scared of some crazy, deranged homeless person taking or exposing himself to my child, which happens way more often in this community than car accidents do with kids. If we had the actual data in front of us about when these people are getting hit, these pedestrians are getting hit, if it's 2 in the morning and they're drunk walking across the street when they shouldn't be, if they're speeding going 80 miles an hour, if there's alcohol involved in it, I believe in these targeted areas where there's habitual issues, and we need to get tough on those areas, but making this blanket thing where every arterial design for going forth needs to go contrary to what the consultant said 2 years ago, which is putting bike lanes with those buffer zones on major arterials is actually unsafer. That was his mouth. The consultant the city hired, it's on the record. We can all find that and go back and look at it and say, hey, maybe he's onto something. Maybe we target specific areas, we change our plan. But just this blanket resolution that's going to get us into a world of liability because someone is going to hit somebody at some point in time. When I lived in LA for 5 years, I got rear-ended 3 times. The speed limit was 25 miles an hour. I understand that speed keeps people from dying, and that could be a thing. But in all of my life in Bakersfield, 1 time. 1 versus 3. Those distractions, you got to hold people accountable when they break the law. You just put a bunch of rules out there and expect people that are criminals to follow them. They're not going to follow them. That's why they're criminals in the first place. So I'm all about the public safety. I just think it can be done right, and we're making a decision without the data in front of us. What actually happened? When were those times? Who were the people on the bikes? What the accidents? Looking at those things. Cars are getting more and more intelligent. They don't want to get in accidents. They stop all of the time. They keep themselves from getting, but there's still a lot of old cars on the road, but people who don't use their Bluetooth like they're supposed to, and it's horrible. I hate to see, I don't want to see any more just nonsense death wasted because people don't pay attention. They don't have enough self-respect for the community around them. But that's not what this is. This is so much more than that. And I don't think this is the best of both worlds. I think this is just super one-sided, and it doesn't fit what our community is asking for.
Thank you, Councilmember Bashir Tosh. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. The data is there. National studies show narrower lanes are safer. Narrow lanes slow traffic. Speed humps and narrow lanes are both environmental design. It slows people down because of the environmental design. Having more enforcement has shown not to work. What needs to be done is for the streets to be designed safer. New developments, West Main has narrow streets. People like it. It's not that people don't like it. People want to feel safe. People want safe streets. This will make our streets safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. We have 2 motions before us. We'll take Councilmember Smith's first, which is to adopt the resolution as recommended by staff. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Council Members Weir, Coman, and Bashir Tash voting no.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Council and Mayor statements.
Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. Does the clerk have a couple of pictures for me there? So I had there's actually several pictures there, but I had an opportunity to host this young lady. Her name is Mion. She's from Wakayama, Japan, as part of the Sister City program. This is all of them at the fire department. They got their tour there. They were here last week visiting. They got a chance to go to Calm. They went and visited the fire department. They got to eat pizza. Actually, they got a chance to make pizza and eat pizza. They had a great time learning about Bakersfield, learning about our culture here in America. We only had her for a week, but we love her. And Deborah told me I can't adopt her, I can't buy her a car, and I can't pay for her college. But we really enjoyed having her. If you haven't had an opportunity to host one of these students, they do this every year, so I encourage you to do that. But I really got a better appreciation of the Sister Cities program. I had the opportunity to go to International Park and see that, and that started back when I was on the redevelopment days, and I don't think I was ever there. And so that's an awesome place. We have represented landscapes for Japan, China, Korea, India, Mexico. It's just a great place. And so I got a lot out of this experience, spending time with about 20 kids from Japan. I actually went with them one of those days, went to all the things they did, and it was just a great experience. So I just wanted to share that with everybody, kind of an upper note, a better note after our night tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman, for serving as a host family, and all of you are welcome in the future to do that. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Someone made a comment tonight about downtown Bakersfield, about some of the issues. I wanted to just push back on that comment just a little bit, because downtown's better than ever. We have more restaurants, more amenities, more things happening in the downtown. And if anyone has a question about the state of downtown, visit Moo. Visit Central Cali Brewing, visit Tiki-Co, visit downtown 18th Street and 19th Street on a Saturday night or Friday night. You will see hundreds and hundreds of people in downtown Bakersfield enjoying it. It is unlike anything ever before, at least in my time as an adult in Bakersfield. And I'm so proud of all the work that the business owners, property owners, and community members have done. And what's really indicative of the uptick in business in downtown Bakersfield is the parking, the scarcity of parking, how hard it is to find a parking spot. It's a good problem to have, but it is a problem. And one of the issues, I think, internally within the city is Public Works currently has a policy that they will not add additional diagonal parking on a block unless it is proven to generate a net gain of 4 additional parking spots. I think that is misguided. I think the standard should be, if there is 1 additional parking spot, that we ought to include diagonal parking in downtown Bakersfield. We need more parking in downtown Bakersfield. We all know that. And if we add 1 additional spot in 20 different blocks, it's 20 additional parking spots. And I forget how much, somebody might want to help me, but to build a parking structure, the price per spot is at least $50,000 per space. And so there's certainly a benefit to adding additional diagonal parking on the street. And I'd like to make a referral tonight that we update that policy. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Bashir-Tosh.
Yeah, I just have a quick referral that that staff cease to work on any Sanctuary City or Truth Act meeting from this moment forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Bashir-Tosh. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been working with staff and want to thank them for helping me navigate the large, actually massive legal dumping situation on plans in MLK Boulevard. And as we've been doing that work, actually discovered actually an opportunity for the city to potentially, make it cheaper for us to build housing. And so I believe that there's an opportunity for the city to change its specifications and allow recycled Class 2 base material in lieu of virgin Class 2 base material wherever applicable. I barely understood that. I needed it to be explained to me multiple times, but ultimately could potentially save us hundreds of thousands of dollars by changing the type of material that's used on some of our developments. And secondly, so I would like to make that referral that staff look into that. Secondly, I would like to ask that at the next city council meeting that we agendize an item to look into allocating some of our contingency funding that has been set aside in this current fiscal year to address and abate all of the illegal dumping that has accumulated on that very property there at Plans and just behind Hale Street. And those are my referrals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. I don't see any other requests to speak. To all the students who are going back to school, we wish you a wonderful school year. Thank you all, and we stand adjourned at 9:56.